Welcome to the 9th edition of the annual Symposium on the Role of Religion and Faith-Based Organizations in International Affairs. My name is Liberato Bautista, and as chair of this year's symposium, I greet you with a warm welcome on behalf of the planning team, whom I have had the pleasure and honor to work with in organizing this year's Symposium. And Society of the United Methodist Church, Islamic Relief USA, Religions for Peace, Seventh-day Adventist Church, Soka Gakkai International, United Religions Initiative, and the World Council of Churches. And at the UN side, the United Nations Development Program on behalf of the Interagency Task Force on Religion and Development, which includes 27 United Nations entities worldwide. The Human Security for All campaign, led by the United Nations Trust Fund for Human Security and the World Academy of Art and Science, is a partner this year. Thank you for including us in your schedule today from different time zones around the world. And as far as registration goes, there's a little over 700 of you and us here at the Studio Hub in New York City. We have 5 hours together with a list of distinguished speakers who will help us inquire upon both knowledge and practice on the proposition that the multidimensional, multi-layered threats today to people's well-being and the planet's sustainability are better tackled collectively and in greater solidarity than going it alone and in fragmented ways. It is a proposition that national security is not only about the security of, it has to be, I should say, the security of the nationals, that is, of peoples, and that security is not only of their person, but of their habitat, that is the planet Earth. It is a proposition that true security is shared security for people and the planet. Today, we meet with more participants than when we started in January of 2015. That year, a small group of faith leaders met with equally small number of colleagues at the United Nations. We broached the idea of a regularized gathering of faith and religious actors, representatives of entities within the United Nations system, and officials from member states. The gathering, which thenceforth was called a symposium, was to be a venue to inquire upon knowledge and practice that cut across the work of these different groups, so that in doing so, we develop common lines of action and collaboration, not the least in implementing the United Nations Agenda 2030 and its accompanying 17 Sustainable Development Goals. The vision of Agenda 2030 is the achievement of peace and prosperity for people and the planet. So 2050, you will recall, was the launching year of the UN Agenda 2030 and the 17 goals. And it was also the launching year of this symposium. It was 8 months ahead of the launching of the SDGs, in the hope that we participate in the latter years of the negotiation of what might those goals look like. As someone who has attended all the previous symposia, I confidently say that today we have a greater understanding and appreciation of the intersections of religion and international affairs, and why collaboration among different religious, United Nations, governmental, and civil society actors is not only crucial, but necessary. To be more precise, this symposium has provided the venue to gather thoughts and interrogate knowledge on a variety of issues on one hand, and to develop lines of action and collaboration based on knowledge and practices on the other hand. As a decidedly religious and faith-based endeavor, working in concert with multilateral actors, co-organizers decided at the first symposia that the underlying theme of every symposium in this annual series shall be the promotion of intrinsic human dignity and fundamental human rights, which was the theme of the first symposium in 2015. In 2016, we addressed religion, violence, and extremism. In 2017, we looked at what makes for a just, inclusive, and sustainable peace. The indignity, that words in brackets, the in and the dignity of migration, focusing on the displacement and marginalization and inclusion and justice concerns of migrants, especially of those who are in situations of forced movement. And that was 2018's focus. In 2019, the focus was financing for sustainable development, proposing an ecumenical and multi-faith understanding of an economy for life. In 2020, we looked at the challenges and opportunities for faith-based organizations to engage in the 25th year review of Beijing and the review of multilateralism by way of the 75th anniversary of the UN. That was 2020. That was 2020. We then said in 2021 that that year is a defining year for accelerating gender equality, equity, and justice. And last year, we tackled something very difficult in the social relations among peoples and nations, the matter about mobilizing moral influence and governance to end the systemic injustices of racism, the legacy of colonialism, and that of slavery. That's the width and breadth, ladies and gentlemen, of the issues covered in the last 8 years of this symposium. And so here we are in 2023, exploring the theme of human security as shared security for people and the planet. It is a theme that, in my view, addresses intersecting concerns. Security is as much a religious concern as it is a multilateral concern. As such, it requires understanding of religious, theological, ecumenical, and interfaith discussions on the subject. Legitimate for its own purposes for religious and faith actors, but necessary in relation to religious witness and faith-based advocacy in the public square. Concerns like food security, water security, economic security, health security, ecological security, gender security, digital and cyber security, to name just a few. We have prepared a concept note, which some of you may have had the opportunity to read or glance at. I encourage you to read it if you haven't yet, just not now, later. For now, let's prepare to engage our thoughts with that of our distinguished panelists in a Zoom format I assume many of you who are online are familiar with. But thanks to a communications team led by Dr. Marcelo Snyder of the WCC Communications, this year's symposium is in an enhanced version, and I hope you will notice the difference. So on with the symposium with some technical information and a few ground rules. This year's symposium is closer to linguistic justice and diversity. We have simultaneous interpretation in 5 languages: Arabic, English, French, Portuguese, and Spanish. Even now, let us thank our interpreters for the important communication role they plan in making the symposium reach more people in the language of their heart and of their tongue. To proceed with the language you prefer to hear, just click the button which says interpretation and choose the language you want to hear the symposium. Please pay attention to the chat box when moderators call their speakers. To use our time for discussion of issues, short bios of speakers will be flashed quickly on screen, but will linger a little bit longer in the chat box. You may also visit this site, bit.ly/symposium_program, where you have the latest version of the program and a link to the longer speaker and moderator bios. There will be a question and answer platform, and that is where you may make comments and raise questions to specific panelists or panels. Panelists have been instructed by their moderators to speak within a time limit so that succeeding panelists have their fair share of time to speak. We are live streaming on YouTube. If you're kicked out of the Zoom platform, you will be requested to transfer to the YouTube live streaming, and we will also be monitoring comments raised in that platform. So, it is with pleasure and distinct honor that I welcome Ms. Nika Saidi to join me at the rostrum as co-moderator for the opening session. Welcome, Nika. Ms. Saidi is the team leader for the prevention of violent extremism within the Crisis Bureau of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Nika is the global focal point at UNDP on religion, mental health, and psychosocial support, as well as hate speech. Nika, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you so much. Reverend Dr. Liberato Batista.
Levy at that.
Levy. I'm so grateful. And first of all, I would like to thank you, everyone, and especially Levy, you and the team who organized this event. This is labor of 9 months. 9 months of hard work, and I just saw almost 200 people have joined online. So thank you so much for joining us. And I do have a greetings on behalf of the United Nations, 27 entities, and especially 3 main entities: United Nations, Alliance of Civilization, Office of a Special Advisor of Genocide Prevention and Responsibility to Protect, and UNFPA. And on behalf of UNDP, I'm so grateful to be here, especially with my colleagues, Sam and Ulrika, who I will introduce later. And I would like to say, UNDP has been working with a faith-based organization and religious actors, women of faith, and youth who are very enthusiastic about the faith for many years, almost as many years as UNDP has been working as part of the UN system, because they are essential to what we do. They are promoting peace. They are delivering emergency when there is no way to deliver. They are connecting hearts beyond borders, and they are able to be a great partner for us. So with no further ado, I'm handing it over, Levy, to you to walk us through today. Thank you.
We will have We will now proceed to the high-level opening sessions segment of the symposium. Well, Nika, continue to join me here. You would be introducing our first speaker, who would be joining us from Madrid, Spain.
Fantastic. Her Excellency, Maria Fernanda Espinosa. She's joining us from Madrid, Spain. She is the former Minister of Foreign Affairs and Defense of Ecuador and former President of the United Nations General Assembly. Madame Espinosa, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Nika. Thank you so much for your kind introduction. I think that we are discussing an issue of vital importance today. I don't know. Are we perhaps facing some technical difficulties? Just to want to make sure.
It's okay now. We can hear very well.
You can hear?
Yes.
Okay. Well, thank you so much for giving me the floor and for this kind invitation. Thank you to the organizing committee, of course. Thank you, dear Liberato, for this powerful opening. It is my true pleasure, I have to say, to be joining you today at this 9th symposium on the role of religion and faith-based organizations in international affairs. So I think that the discussion we're having today, as mentioned, is vital. And why? Because we live in a world facing profound, interconnected, and simultaneous crises that span from the COVID-19 pandemic and its social and economic consequences that we are still going through, the climate emergency, the extinction crisis, transactional inequalities, and a human security stress. And I could go on and on, dear friends. And as I often say, these are not problems, but rather symptoms of a more profound and systemic civilizational breakdown. In that, of course, requires a whole of society, a global and multilateral, bold and effective response. It requires creativity and responsibility. It requires an ethical and value-based transformation, and that includes the retooling of our United Nations system. It also requires, of course, a profound spiritual regrounding. So the outlook, as I mentioned, is bleak. We know it. COVID pandemic, the war in Ukraine have unleashed a cost of living exponential increase due to the triad energy, food, finance crisis, all coming together at the same time. And we see that the last UN report on the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals is disheartening. There is an evident backsliding in almost every Sustainable Development Goal. Just let's look at briefly some numbers that are staggering. 93 million pushed into extreme poverty only in 2021. With the current national climate commitments, instead of achieving the Paris Agreement targets to peak emissions by 2025 and achieve net zero by 2050, the trend shows a steady growth with a rise of 14% by 2030. So today, the world is facing the largest number of violent conflicts since 1946, with 1/4 of the population living in conflict-affected areas, and 100 million have been forced to flee from their homes as of May of last year. And again, if we look about the situation of indigenous peoples, of girls, of children, of persons with disabilities, gaps and inequalities are persistent. So we often hear about the need of a new social contract or local, national, global contracts. And I cannot agree more. We need to recommit to the basic principles of the UN Founding Charter, which are not very complicated. We're speaking about cooperation, solidarity, peaceful coexistence, the respect of human rights. It all comes to the human security. And if you allow me to paraphrase President Roosevelt for freedoms, it is about freedom from want, from fear, from speech and worship. And I would add strongly, freedom to live in harmony with nature. And that leads us, of course, to the obvious question, what to do, how to do it. And the paradox is that we are living the most sophisticated and prolific technological revolution. We have the knowledge, we know more and better about everything, we have the means, the resources, and the power, even if they're unevenly distributed. So why is that we cannot act, respond, decide, and simply exercise our instinct of self-preservation? And of course, the answer is not so straightforward. There is a great difficulty in bringing together the political, the economic, the cultural, the religious dimension of decision-making and problem-solving, and identifying with clarity what is holding us back. And we have two options in front of this bleak picture. It's either we stay in paralysis and despair, or this crisis pushes us to act. And we use the multiple crises as a lever of change. So the big question is simple: how to ensure that all people live with dignity without trespassing planetary boundaries. The bad news is that we have already gone beyond nature's limits. The triple planetary crisis, as it's been called, climate, extinction, pollution, is showing that we really, as humanity, have declared war to Mother Earth. The paradox, as mentioned, is that we have the technologies and the knowledge to do better. But unfortunately, we see a huge gap between knowledge and action, between words and deeds. So what role can faith play in all this? Whether one understands faith as a religious element, or faith in humanity, or faith in the United Nations, or all of the above together, faith is often what drives us to action. Regardless on the specific doctrine, it is undeniable that faith is able to galvanize action in a way that we could all learn from. We cannot assume that science alone leads to change. If that were the case, of course, we would have seen it long ago. What we need is a commitment to something higher than ourselves or our individual interests. Whether it is thinking about our children, our grandchildren, the nature we depend on, these motivating factors must be drawn upon as a bridge between science and transformative action. We need a conscious and collective reconciliation. We need to make peace with Mother Earth if we want to continue to exist as a species. So nature, believe me, can live without us. Nature does not depend on us, but humans, us, cannot live without nature. I strongly believe that a new path for the future requires, again, a value-based multilateral system, a value-based leadership and integrity, and intergenerational and feminist leadership, leading towards better politics and better governance. And what I'm saying, believe me, it's not an abstract statement. It means to transit from greed to solidarity and sharing of wealth and power, to go from prejudice to empathy and kindness, to go from indifference and hate to radical love for humankind and for nature. I thank you for your attention, and over to our moderator.
Great contribution.
Thank you,
So-
Nika and Liberato.
Thank you. Just as a takeaway from what you mentioned, I would like to emphasize on the importance of the harmony between religion and science, that the multidimensional crisis the world is facing requires both tapping on all the powers exist in the heart and in the mind of all of us. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much, Minister Espinosa. It is now my distinct honor to introduce to you His Eminence Archbishop Gabriele Giordano Caccia, who is the Apostolic Nuncio and Permanent Observer of the Permanent Observer Mission of the Holy See to the United Nations here in New York. Archbishop.
Thank you very much for your kind invitation. Good morning, everyone, Excellencies, fellow panelists, participants, all of you, dear friends. First of all, allow me to thank the organizer of this symposium for inviting me to provide, in the time frame, which is very small, some perspective of the theme of human security. At the time when we faced, as Pope Francis says, a third world war fought piecemeal that affects some 2 billion people, it is important to recall the Christian understanding of conflict, which ultimately emanates from an imbalance present in the human heart. A human security approach must seek to restore this balance as a means of addressing conflict. That's why the first appeal in the gospel is to conversion, to a change. 60 years ago, Pope John the 23rd was witnessing the Cuban crisis and the risk of a nuclear deflagration, issued a great encyclical, Pacem in Terris, Peace on Earth, in which he offers an insight into a proper conception of human security. According to it, peace rests on 4 pillars: truth, justice, solidarity, and freedom. First, at its core, religion involves the search for truth, accessible to us through divine revelation and human reason. John the 23rd asserts that peace on earth can never be established, never guaranteed, except by the diligent observance of the divinely established order. At the heart of this order is the truth that God created each person in his own image and likeness, endowed with inherent dignity, and consequently with natural rights and corresponding duties to respect the rights of others. From this, it follows that the first component of human security are respect for the rights to life, rights to the religious freedom, rights to education. Second, justice. Justice demands that disputes are settled through the framework of law and that governance rests on recourse to the rule of law. It also requires each of us to overcome indifference and give our neighbors their due, which always requires a certain sacrifice. Third, peace necessarily involves solidarity, which calls us to love our neighbors as ourselves. In the sense of the parable of the Good Samaritan, Jesus instructs us not to ask, "Who is my neighbor?" but "To whom am I a neighbor?" It's different. Amidst a global climate emergency, solidarity requires us to recognize the need for changes of lifestyle, production, and consumption. Such changes can ensure that everyone can benefit from integral human development, even in areas plagued by armed conflict and widespread poverty. Solidarity also means not imposing pre-established models of security or development on conflict-ridden or underdeveloped states, a form of ideological colonization. As Pope Francis declared during his address to the General Assembly in 2015, integral human development and the full exercise of human dignity cannot be imposed. They must be built up and allowed to unfold for each individual, for every family, in communion with others, and in a right relationship with all those areas in which human social life develops. Finally, peace rests upon freedom. In its proper conception, freedom means not only allowing individuals to exercise their rights, but also allowing them to assume responsibility for their own actions and make choices consistent with the true good. In summary, the 4 pillars of peace, truth, justice, solidarity, and freedom, demand that the human dignity of every individual is affirmed through respect for rights, integral human development, and the freedom to uphold one's duties and one's neighbors. At today's symposium, it is my sincere hope that this ecumenical and interfaith dialogue identifies concrete ways through which we can advance a human security approach reflective of everyone's God-given dignity in the context of the United Nations. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Your Eminence. Thank you for the teaching of Pope Francis on the 4 pillars of peace, of truth, of justice, of solidarity, and of freedom. Please convey the warmest felicitations of this symposium gathered around the world to His Holiness Pope Francis. Nika?
Thank you so much. And I have a pleasure of introducing a very favorite colleague of mine, Ms. Ulrika Mudir. She is the United Nations Assistant Secretary General and Director for Bureau for External Relations. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you, both here in the room and online. And allow me, of course, then to begin to thank all the partners of the 2023 Symposium for working with us to organize this important event. Of course, also thank you to the distinguished co-panelists that are here today, and I'm very much looking forward to what we have ahead of us. This year, UNDP is really pleased to be one of the co-sponsors of the event on behalf, as was said in the beginning, of the UN Intertask Agency, the UN Interagency Task Force on Religion and Sustainable Development. I have just returned from Japan this weekend, home of one of the greatest champions of human security, as many of us and you will recall, Madame Ogata. And in Japan, in the times of raging war, an increasing number of increasingly protected crises and conflict, many of the problems that we've heard about with regards to the reach of the 2030 development goals, I have met with a wide range of society actors who really believe in the concept of human security and the necessity to bring forward the concept of human security to really make it possible to reach the agenda for sustainable development and also peace. Since the concept of human security was first introduced, as many of you will recall, in the UNDP Human Development Report in 1994, it has become clear to many of us, and we've heard this already this morning, that human security and sustainable development must go hand in hand. The report signaled at the time a radical departure from the idea that people's security should only be assessed looking into the territorial security, and instead should grasp and consider the basic needs, the dignity and safety to live and secure lives. To be truly free from want, as we've heard, to be truly free from fear, and to live in dignity and safety, to live secure lives. To be truly free from want is something that is sometimes difficult to speak about when we see an increasing number, as we've heard, of people living in poverty, when we see increasing inequality across the world. And of course, sometimes in these times when we see occupation, invasion of territories, it's also perhaps a question how we relate to human security in times when territorial integrity is also at stake. Yet, we truly, from UNDP, living in so many countries, working alongside with so many communities across the world, we are more convinced, as I said, than ever before, that we need to look at the concepts of universalism, of interdependence. We need to invest in prevention, and we need to have people at the center of whatever we do, at the same time as we take into consideration the need to look at the people as part of the nature and our living planet. 28 years later, the same office, our Human Development Report Office, produced a special report last year on human security, outlining new threats to humanity, including then the climate and biodiversity crisis, inequalities, as I've mentioned, political polarization, as we've already mentioned this morning, and also, which is perhaps not mentioned yet, but really important to discuss, not least in the face of increasing hate speech, and that is the technological upheavals that can both work for good, but as we will also discuss, can really be a threat to what we want to achieve. Really distressing statistics from the report tells us that 6 out of 7 people globally feel much more insecure than they have done before. And this is, of course, due to the COVID-19 pandemic, but also the consequences of the Ukraine war and the crisis. Trust in each other and in the institutions that are supposed to provide for human security has also declined as political polarization has increased and as social dialogue and collective action has stifled. The rise of hate speech, radicalization, inequalities, and political extremism are undoubtedly among the most pressing threats to human security, pushing back many of the development gains that we have seen throughout the past decades, with significant implication, not least on girls and women. Not to forget, if we look at the current rate of progress, it may take closer to 300 years to achieve full gender equality. And you will see our Human Development Report Office also putting forward yet another special report when we look at the increase of gender bias, even in parts of the world where we have seen a lot of development, like in my country, Sweden, or in the Nordic countries. Many people continue to face hatred and stigma, often because of their ethnicity, their gender, age, country of origin, religious or political beliefs, and also the income levels. In this context, humanity faces a stark choice: breakdown or breakthrough. As the 2022 report reminds us, today's layers of multidimensional uncertainties are really stacking up, disrupting our lives in an unprecedented way that we have not seen before. According to the 2022 Human Development Report, Greater Human Insecurity, you really see countries self-identity holding extreme political, up to 22% of the population in insecure countries self-identity holding extreme political ideologies. These are really concerning numbers. So while UNDP is working in more than 40 countries to address the root causes of violent extremism, working very closely with so many religious actors in 22 of these countries, we need to do much better with regards to the interlinked and indivisible nature of sustainable development and human security. Here today, faith actors are critical players in achieving the breakthrough that we want to achieve. Being part, of course, of nearly every community on Earth, they not only make a significant contribution to development, but really also add value to United Nations efforts in several ways. Through the inter-agency task force on religion and sustainable development that has grown considerably since its creation in 2010, faith-based organizations, UNDP and other UN entities, as has been mentioned, have engaged in knowledge sharing, in system-wide guidance, and oversight around religion and development, joint advocacy, and capacity building, recognizing that faith actors substantially contribute to the sustainable development goals. That faith actors are really enabling prevention and resilience that we want to achieve, and that faith actors are necessary also to rebuild equity and trust at global scale through solidarity and a renewed social contract anchored in human rights. And just to share some example of how we as UNDP have worked and are working with faith-based actors in some areas. First, supporting service delivery. I think it has to be recognized, and you would all in this room and online be aware that many faith actors, they have extended vital social services to local communities, especially humanitarian relief, health, and education, as long as they have existed. In fact, in many countries, there are dominant civil society actors. And at UNDP, we partner with religious actors and women of faith, especially in areas where governance structures are absent or fail to ensure human rights and administer basic services related to protection, justice, and education. In Afghanistan, right now, one of the most complicated contexts that we have to serve, we are looking at how to localize our support, not working with a not recognized regime in place. We work with the local communities and we work with faith-based actors. More than 2.7 million Afghans in need of cash for work, sanitation and hygiene services, access to health clinics, and disaster risk reduction are working with us on a continuous basis. Secondly, the importance of fostering peace and security. In many contexts, faith-based leaders are often trusted sources of information and of hope. comfort, and of course, support to people. And this is, of course, why also UNDP engaged faith-based actors to promote peace, facilitate social cohesion, reduce vulnerability to hate speech and decisive narratives, and foster and rehabilitation of former associates of violent extremist groups and affiliated families for their reintegration into society. We see examples of this in Cameroon, in Kenya, in Somalia, Sudan, and Tanzania, and we have mobilized jointly 600 religious entities to lead on community dialogues to develop local initiatives anchored in the trust that you find at the local level. Third, and in these times really important, the area of financing for sustainable development. We really also look at how to engage with countries through Islamic finance as the vital financing modality to fill the funding gap toward the Agenda 2030. One example of this, in Palestine, we have facilitated the mobilization of funds through small and medium enterprises through Islamic microfinance. In Turkey, we're exploring new ways of blending Islamic finance with crowdfunding and blockchain technology. And in Indonesia, we have partnered with Basnas, which is the national zakat collection body, to apply zakat funds for the first time ever towards localized SDG projects. So in short, faith-based organizations are really trusted partners to us in all areas of development, such as democratic governance, sustainability, conflict prevention, peace building, poverty reduction, combating HIV and AIDS, and promoting women's rights and gender equality. And to conclude, faith matters to people and faith matters to development. UNDP therefore will continue to ensure that our partnerships with faith-based actors are grounded in our shared values, objectives, and commitments, and particularly as they are so key to uphold dignity, human security, and respect for universal human rights. So I'm really looking forward to today's discussion, but not least what we can continue to do together on the ground for the people that we are there to serve. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ulrika. I just want to say, when you accepted a request to join on behalf of UNDP, it was not only on a professional capacity, because I know of your personal commitment you have to discuss over years. So thank you so much. And I just wanted to add, very surprisingly, not maybe, there was an event, Aza, you remember, when we asked the UN colleagues that they were on the table, there were 90 of them. We asked them, how did you start your day? What was the answer, Aza? 99% of the colleagues from the UN who were on that meeting, they mentioned they started their day with prayers and meditations. So that.
It is now my distinct pleasure to invite the next speaker, former ambassador of Brazil to the United Nations and former High Representative for Disarmament Affairs, who is also now the president of the Nobel Peace Prize winner in 1995, Pugwash Conferences on Science and World Affairs, Ambassador Duarte.
Good morning, distinguished participants, Reverend Liberato Bautista, distinguished panelists, ladies and gentlemen. I am honored at the invitation to speak at this 9th annual symposium on the role of religion and faith-based organizations. For many years as a diplomat, I have dealt with one of the most vexing problems confronted by humankind, known simply as disarmament. That is, finding agreement to reduce with a view to eliminating the danger represented by the accumulation of weapons and assure security for all. It has become commonplace to identify climate change and the existence of nuclear weapons as the two greatest existential threats to human life and civilization upon our planet. The clear link between these two threats can be illustrated by the fact that if less than 1% of the current nuclear arsenals would go off, approximately 5 million tons of soot would be thrown into the stratosphere and render agricultural base of the planet dysfunctional. Those who do not die by heat and radiation would perish by starvation. it seems clear that we may not be able to offset some of the consequences of centuries of our own neglect towards our environment. We know that we cannot completely control the cosmic forces that shape our climate, but by working together, we may avert disaster. Disarmament, on the other hand, depends entirely on our ability to muster the necessary political will. Ladies and gentlemen, 77 years ago, the peoples of the United Nations decided that armed forces should not be used save in the common interest. Alas, to this day, this lofty endeavor has not been realized. Many bloody conflicts have erupted in several regions. Even as we meet now, the world is witnessing a war waged by Russia against Ukraine that contradicts the commitments embodied in the Charter of the United Nations. Irresponsible statements by leaders make clear that the use of nuclear weapons has not been ruled out. The advent of nuclear weapons led some of the most distinguished minds of the world to join Bertrand Russell and Albert Einstein in 1955 as signatories of a manifesto calling on scientists, and I quote, to appraise the perils that have arisen as a result of the development of weapons of mass destruction, end of quote. And the appeal they made is still eloquent today. Remember your humanity and forget the rest. Inspired by the manifesto, Bagwash Conference on Science and World Affairs was founded 2 years later. Bagwash is credited with playing a useful role in opening communication channels during the Cold War and with providing background scientific support to the negotiation of a number of major agreements. It has also been active in fostering dialogue across divides to reinforce security in troubled regions, such as the Middle East, South Central, and Northeastern Asia. The yearning for peace and security through disarmament is as old as mankind itself. It is fitting to recall in this connection the inscription from the book of Isaiah, carved on a wall facing the entrance of the United Nations Secretariat building, very close to this church center where this meeting is happening now, and by which I used to walk every morning when I came to my office at the United Nations. The inscription says, "They shall beat their swords into plowshares and their spears into pruning hooks. Nation shall not lift up sword against nation, neither shall they learn war anymore." All major religions in the world preach a version of the maxim, generally known as the Golden Rule: treat others as you would like others to treat you. Unfortunately, however, over the ages, these teachings have often been neglected. The political outgrowth of the observance of these principles is the building of an international order based on cooperation, equity, and the rule of law. Instead, the current state of affairs in the world is characterized by a precarious equilibrium and the irrational accumulation of nuclear weapons by both major and lesser possessors. A system of international security predicated on the possession and threat of use of weapons of mass destruction by a few is neither universal nor can it be lasting. Peace and security are public goods that belong to mankind as a whole. An effective security paradigm must be non-discriminatory and inclusive in order to provide reliable assurances for all and not for just a few. No nation can feel secure unless all nations feel secure. The necessary conditions for this are well known: adherence to established norms and principles of international law, respect for generally accepted standards of healthy interaction among nations, and good faith compliance with accepted commitments. In a word, ethical behavior. This is the foundation on which people's well-being and planetary sustainability can be achieved. Thank you very much for your attention.
Change and of nuclear weapons. I now call on Nika to introduce our next speaker.
So I have an honor to have a friend of us, Bishop Dr. Heinrich Bedford Stroham, joining us from Germany, Munich.
Good morning.
The floor is yours, and thank you so much for being a great partner representing Central Committee of the World Council of Churches and Bishops, Evangelical Lutheran Church in Bavaria. Thank you.
And
Floor
before
is
you
yours.
speak, Bishop Heinrich, we want to express our thanks for the full staff complement of the World Council of Churches supporting our symposium, especially mention the presence here with us of your CCIA director, Peter Probe.
Very
Thank
good.
you very
Thank you very much for acknowledging that. And I'm very happy that he is there. I could not come physically. That's why I would have to say good morning, good afternoon in Germany, but I'm happy to say good morning to you in New York. I'm very honored to speak in this function as moderator of the World Council of Churches to this global audience, together with other religious communities. We see the title of this meeting as a central part of our calling, securing people's well-being and planetary sustainability. That is an inseparable dimension of the faith in a God who has created this earth and has entrusted it to us, so we care for her. And yet we all know, we've already heard it this morning, that we are far away from living up to this calling. That is why the WCC has already in the 1980s initiated what we called a conciliar process of peace, justice, and integrity of creation. And the final document of the World Assembly of Churches that came together in 1990 in Seoul, in conclusion of this process, includes all the calls for limiting climate change and the grave social and ecological injustices, which have now finally reached the government documents. Greta Thunberg was more successful in catching the attention of the global community with that same plea than religious institutions like the WCC, which after all represent 500 million Christians from all over the world. But Greta Thunberg and Fridays for Future, all the social movements now could build on the efforts of the churches and religious communities. Religion reaches not only heads, but also hearts. That is why religious communities are so important in issues like human well-being and planetary sustainability that are highly linked to our attitudes and lifestyles, and can only be successfully pushed if political change is connected with a change of hearts. Therefore, the Global Assembly of the WCC last September in Karlsruhe, Germany, has given central attention to the great social and ecological transformation that is needed. It has asked the churches to engage with decision makers and law enforcement authorities to ensure accountability and the rights of members of future generations to a safe and healthy environment and to a life with dignity, to support the claims of poor and vulnerable countries and communities for just recognition and response to their claims regarding loss and damage, and for financial support for climate change mitigation and adaptation. To achieve this, we want to work together with other religious communities and with our UN partners and with all people of goodwill. That is why I am so happy about our meeting today. The motto of the assembly in Karlsruhe was Christ love moves the world to reconciliation and unity. One of the most remembered sentences of the assembly was a question by a Muslim woman, who is among us today. In her speech, Professor Azar Karam, and I heard her speak before in the background, she's with you in New York. She asked the assembly, is Christ's love also for me? Everyone's heart responded, loud or silent, with a passionate yes, of course. all together, we want to secure people's well-being and planetary sustainability. And this task comes closer to me when I think of my 3-year-old grandson. I love him deeply. He will be as old as I am now, and it's really amazing to realize that, in the year 2081. As every grandfather, I want him to have at least as good of a life as I have it now. We all know that we need fundamental change if this wish should become reality. For this fundamental global reorientation, we need a strong civil society input. I'm convinced that the churches and religious communities in general are the ideal agents of a global civil society. They are deeply rooted in local congregations and at the same time live in a global horizon by affirming their belief in a God who has created heaven and earth. Securing people's well-being and planetary sustainability is a theme that I engage in for my 3-year-old grandson, whom I love. For my church that is committed to the care of God's creation, and for the world that is not only created, but also deeply loved by the God I believe in. That is why I'm so grateful for this conference. And let me also say, for all these beautiful people that I see or that listen, but that work for this vision with all their life, with all their energy. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Bishop Heinrich Bedford Strom. I now call on our next speaker, Beatrice Schultes. Beatrice, will you please sign in and make sure that you are present on screen and online? She is.
Yes.
It's my honor to introduce to you Beatrice Schultes, a former colleague and dear friend, founder and president of Indigenous Peoples Ancestral Spiritual Council, a member of the Kolla Nation, and an honorary president of the Religions for Peace. Beatrice, you have the screen.
Thank you very much. Permit me, first of all, to acknowledge the powers of creation and the constant presence of our ancestors. Also, I would like to express my appreciation to the United Methodist Church, and in particular you, Levi Bautista, for organizing this 9th symposium and for giving me the opportunity to contribute. And greetings to everyone. If we as religions and faith traditions can manage to come up with the required steps to secure people's well-being, then we will most probably be able to contribute to solutions for planetary sustainability as well. Concerning sustainability in the early 90s, when this term became known, several indigenous spiritual guides met to analyze the meaning of sustainable development. We concluded that it meant exactly what we have always been doing with the resources that we had available. It was also concluded that it was better to say developing sustainability with the resources available. That was our view. But unfortunately, other cultures decided that sustainable development for them meant using the resources of others and in the process contributing to the impoverishment of others. We indigenous people have been the caretakers of the environment since time immemorial. Our ancestors and current generations tried to warn repeatedly that as global citizens, we are not going into the right direction. Now we are in a state of urgency, facing different types of crises. And to find a way, we must all together religious and faith traditions, challenge decision makers and politicians that continue to do business as usual and defy the greediness of some sectors of society. Children's well-being is of high importance, so that they can become one day grown-ups that have the possibility to build a good life and flourish. But their well-being depends on the well-being of their mothers, of their families, and of their communities. Currently, a large majority of the children of the world and their families do not have that possibility. They face unprecedented challenges, such as persistent and growing poverty and climate change, among others, that leads to other sufferings like migration, for example. Aid can help, but it is not a long-term viable solution, mainly because it is not always based on good intentions. Urgency demands that exceptional, innovative solutions are implemented. Therefore, a new approach to how wealth is being distributed seems imperative. But are we ready for that? Of course, a better global distribution of wealth will trigger resistance. Where lies the power to secure people's well-being? Who has that power? The UN? The government? The economically powerful? Religions and faith traditions? Unfortunately, we are witnessing how those that drive armament production and economy and the linked economy feel that they have the power now. But there is something that we, the people of the world, are forgetting, and that is that we have power. Individually and collectively, we must start believing that in the power we can exercise using our minds. The mind is very powerful. And our passion to produce change. As religions and faith-based organizations, we must unite, but really unite, based on equality. We can do it together if we really decide to join together. And I sort of agree with what Bishop Dr. Hendrik said before in this regard. Thank you.
Thank you very much to our panelists in the high-level opening.
Thank you so much for joining us from all around the world. I saw the number was almost 300 and also on YouTube as well. So we got quite a lot of attractions, and I know many friends will be watching it later when they wake up.
Wonderful. It is now my distinct pleasure to introduce to you the moderator of the second panel, Framing Human Security, a Shared Security for People and the Planet, Professor Asa Karam, the Secretary General of Religions for Peace. Asa, you have the podium.
Thank you very much indeed. I'm really sorry I've completely confused our technical colleagues who are making all this possible, so please forgive me. I hope you can all hear me, and a warm welcome once again to all of you. My name is Azza Karam, and I have the distinct privilege of serving an organization that is otherwise known as the United Nations of Religious Institutions and Faith Communities, Religions for Peace for short. I have the distinct privilege of moderating. The one before, the session before was the high-level opening. I'm assuming this is the high-level framing, and everything else we are going to do, inshallah, will be very high level for the rest of the day. So just that we're absolutely clear on that, and everyone who's sitting here deserves remarkable kudos for the work that they do. And we're extremely honored to have the opportunity Now that we've heard about the various positions on human security, institutional, from governmental, non-governmental, and intergovernmental spaces, we have a chance to look a little bit more deeply at the broader framing, which is what this panel will be intentioned for. I want to pay special tribute to much of the wisdom that was shared in the high-level opening, noting in particular the points made about the value added of religion and religious actors, but also the specific needs that have been heightened as a result of the multiple crises that our planet and the people, everyone on it, every living creature on it happens to be facing. As somebody who had the distinct privilege of concocting the idea for these seminars 9 years ago, together with Dr. Levi Bautista, Rudolmar Bueno de Faria from the ACT Alliance, and Alison Kelly, and our colleagues from Peter Prove and other colleagues in the World Council of Churches, just understanding and being able to compare 9 years of discourse over time has left me extremely humbled by the fact that I think it's no longer new that the United Nations colleagues speak about religion and the value of religion. Indeed, it seems much more mainstream that there are not only opportunities to appreciate in terms of discourse, but also to showcase multiple forms of partnerships and collaborations over time. This, for somebody like myself, who started in the UN 20 years ago, trying to make the case for why religions matter, to be able to see now how the United Nations system colleagues are taking on board and realizing how faith, communities, organizations, leaders matter is incredibly heartening. Having said that, I think that it would be important as part of the framing, which we will be much better informed of through the expertise on the panel, it is important to understand that we still speak about religion when indeed we are talking about religions and faiths. And the multiplicity and the diversity hold the key to the how we engage and work together. We also are sometimes unaware of the fact that the bulk of those whom we seem to be speaking of and describing tend to be largely, and I am being very general, categorized into two spaces. One is the largely Christian-dominated groups, organizations, networks, and leaders. And the other is the occasional reference, sometimes open, sometimes subtle, to the other religions that happen to be in existence. Invariably, we speak about human security, but we speak about human security from a position and a space of fear of the other. We know what confronts us, as our colleagues from UNDP and many others have noted. We know the challenges that we are confronted with, but perhaps we may, or we should be, a bit more humble to acknowledge that we may not have perfected what we need to know in terms of the art of engagement with religions and faiths. And one of those concerns that I would want us to see how we can address, and I'm very grateful that Ulrika mentioned gender and women's rights issues, I would like us to please realize that when we aggrandize religions and specific religions and religious leaders, we often also create the space for a remarkable amount of ego-driven engagement. What we need to understand is that one of the main lessons of engaging with different religions and faiths should be humility. And that humility remains difficult to see. We hear about it a lot, but seeing it in action is quite another thing. What we also need to appreciate is this. We have many amazing leaders who are teachers from different faith traditions. But I would challenge any of you in this room and the other colleagues online to name one other than the Pope. And the reason we will all be able to remember the Pope is not only because of his stellar leadership of all faiths, quite frankly, but the reason we will remember the Pope is because our media tells us and reports on what the Pope does and rarely ever tells us about what the other faith leaders and faith communities do, unless, of course, somebody blows themselves up, in which case we will hear all about it. The truth is that we have a great deal to do as faith actors in this case, and I'm taking responsibility only for the faith actors. As faith actors, we still have a lot to do in order to come together as equals and understand that there's no other amongst us. As we heard from Bishop Bedford, it's not simply a matter of one God loving one kind of community and the rest are somehow in the dark, but it is a question of a divine that loves us all. And we are all, as we are all equally loved, our faith leaders should be equally respected. And we have to hold them to account for that respect, because that respect of all faith leaders is a form of accountability. To keep praising religion and specific religions only means that we can effectively risk aggrandizing the ego of that particular religion or religious institution or religious leader. But to hold them accountable to working together as equals and to seeing one another as equals is how we obtain human security. Because then we are all holding ourselves accountable to the ultimate love of the divine. Excuse me. Without further ado and no more preaching, I have a remarkable privilege of being able to now introduce our first speaker, who's also a personal friend and a colleague. Dr. Samuel Risk, I know you insisted on putting it as Mr., but you do have a PhD. Dr. Samuel Risk is the head of the Conflict Prevention, Peacebuilding and Responsible Institutions team in the Crisis Bureau of the United Nations Development Program, UNDP. Dr. Risk, the floor is yours.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karam. Distinguished to start, because I think the framing session that we began actually gave the frame. But maybe I'll recall a little bit where Assistant Secretary General Ulrika Mudir began, the decade of the 1990s, where we heard quite a bit about human security, and then jump promptly to this particular decade, where the concept of human security seems to have received a renewed boost in attention and interest as well. So I think if you think about the 1990s and maybe the decade after that, what religion, conflict, violence, etc., has been looking like in literature. And I think some of us that have gone through graduate school or undergraduate school around that time know quite well some of the famous headlines of some of these books that were written, especially that relate to human security, but also the role of religion. Faith-based diplomacy, trumping realpolitik, Doug Johnston, Mark Gopin, To Make the Earth Whole, From Eden to Armageddon. And then a particular one that I think recalls the opening of the session that Dr. Karam mentioned, which is the ambivalence of the sacred. Should I speak up or maybe turn the volume up? It's hard to get it closer, but but the one that stands out is the ambivalence of the sacred, Scott Appleby. How religion can inspire so much love and so much hate at the same time. Invite inclusion, but also can be a source of inclusion. And then the famous heading of religion as a source of conflict, resource for peace, I think brings back quite a lot of either the theology or the practice of how all of this fits together. So recalling that particular decade and the one or two after that, and then jumping quickly to what has been said, particularly in this decade, but maybe just over the last 18 months or 2 years about human security, it is important to note that we've received quite a big boost from the 1994 concept of human security and the writing on it on Sadako Ogata, and then moving up to this decade with a new human development report on human security that came out basically early 2022. And this is the one that Assistant Secretary General Ulrika Mudir mentioned. Why is this particularly important? Because of, as the title says, this planetary and human set of consequences that we are partly responsible for, no longer something that happens to us, but something that we are actually quite responsible for. So if you think of 3 particular C's that pop out over the last 3 or 4 years, climate, conflict, and COVID, the responsibility of human beings is particularly central in all of this. Not only in each one as a driver of conflict and violence and insecurity and indignity, et cetera, but in all three coming together as well. The writing of the Human Development Report, the Special Report on Human Security, where some of the devastating statistics come out, 6 out of 7 people feel insecure around the world. Curiously enough, before the Ukraine crisis, it's not clear where you go from 6 out of 7. After the Ukraine crisis, 6.5 people, 7 people, etc., is really quite interesting, and therefore received quite a bit of attention in the UN system as part of the framing discussion. The report comes out, talks about these multiple sources of insecurity, the statistics, and then an interagency task force working group within the UN system of all UN agencies come together and basically says, okay, great, so we have a report. What do we do about it now? How do people change their policy and practice in New York, in regional hubs, on the ground? And the response was, naturally, an interagency working group that actually ended up being one of the most interesting and quick and efficient interagency working groups, not only because it starts, but because it also ends. Some of these actually go on for quite a long time. So in a span of 4 or 5 months, colleagues came together from the UN system and basically looked at the report and said, what can we all do to promote human security in the decade where we are actually responsible for human insecurity? And this is where these 5 Ds actually come out to a particular sense. And these 5 Ds come out as what we need to do: delivering on promises, the data, digital transformation, dignity, and dialogue for peace. And I think almost everything that we see within the UN system, all of the agencies and the funds and programs and different offices probably hover around those five Ds. And then we go on from the 5 Ds to about 16 or 17 particular recommendations or actions that are required, that almost everyone is either already doing or plans to do as part of the next phase, whether it's for UNDP, our own strategic plan for the next 3 years, or the remainder of it for the next 3 years, or the plan to actually try to figure out how to get between now to 2030, when all of the human development indicators are actually dipping for the first time in multiple consecutive years as well. And I think this is where I stop a little bit with the framing discussion. I'll come back with a couple of very specific actions on where we are now as we speak in terms of the human security discussion within the UN system, what we know, what we intend to do, and where we intend to go maybe over the next few years as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Dr. Rizk. We have, apart from my dancing up and down, I think we now have a great privilege of being able to hear from Mr. Anwar Khan, another colleague, longtime colleague and friend who's been in the space of representing Islamic Relief USA and serving millions, literally, around the world in the humanitarian work that Islamic Relief leads so diligently on. Mr. Anwar, the floor is yours, so to speak.
Assalamu alaikum. Peace be with you all. Good morning, good afternoon, good evening. I won't be saying good night to anyone. Hopefully everybody will be paying attention. Thank you so much to the host and the organizers for organizing this event. Thank you to the speakers before me, especially for those who have pointed out not everybody is present in this discussion. So it's important to have different faiths involved. And I've noticed over the years that we are improving and we need to carry on. We need to reach out to others who may not be at the table. So thank you for expanding that over the last few years. I was asked to explain recently about some of the work that we have been doing practically on human security and climate change. And to me, one of those examples is a recent visit to Pakistan. We see the problems of human security. We have conflict in northeast Pakistan between India, Pakistan and that border, or northwest Pakistan in KPK, which is an area which has been very active in the past in different insurgencies and with Afghanistan next door. On top of that, we have the problem of climate change. 33 million people were underwater a few months ago in Pakistan. This is not a theoretical discussion. This is happening right now. This is not a little island somewhere that we may not be aware of, and every human being counts, whether you're in a little island or a country of 220 million people. 33 million people are underwater because there were 6 monsoons and the glaciers are melting. Climate change is not a problem that we're looking at in the future for the whole world, but it is a current problem, past problem for many of the places that we are working in, many of our organizations. And climate change isn't looking at color or religion. It's affecting different colors and religions. However, those who are already a minority, already at risk, are in even more problems when it comes to climate change. I was in Sindh. Sindh in Pakistan is about 8% Hindu. We were distributing, Islamic Relief was working over there, distributing aid with UNICEF. So you see Islamic Relief, one of the others that Dr. Azhar was mentioning, another faith that may not be always seen as being part of the solution. Then on top of that, we're working with the UNICEF, the UN, and then we're working with another faith, which is people of the Hindu faith. When I went to give them aid, I noticed there was a whole line of people waiting to shake my hand. And I was wondering why they all wanted to shake my hand. Then I found out later, this is a group that's called a minority group that's called untouchables in the past, the Dalit community. So just the fact that someone came to smile and shake their hand made a huge effect. And this is, again, when we talk about security, we're not just talking about physical security. There's many different, there's food security, but also people need to feel safe. So here they are. And I've realized when I was there that Diwali was the next day. So we were doing, Islamic Relief with the local Hindu community was doing sweet distribution for Diwali. And we have staff who are Hindus who are working in that area. And I was asking people, how are you? It's not just about how much food did you get. It's not just about what effect is climate change having on you, but how are you doing? So it's important for us to understand the importance of spiritual development, but not just the way that we see it, but the way that people of different faiths see it as well. So this is very important. And when I was there, I met the president of Pakistan, with also the head of the NDMA, which is the Pakistani emergency organization, USAID, UNICEF, WFP. This would not have happened a few years ago. I do not feel as a representative of a Muslim aid organization, I would have been able to have access to the head of these UN agencies in Pakistan, the head of USAID in Pakistan, the president of Pakistan. So this is, to me, showing some improvement. But at the same time, when we talk about, again, when it's talking about faith, there is still more improvement that needs to be done. So I was mentioning about the glaciers. The glaciers are melting because it's getting hotter. The monsoon, 6 monsoons came because it's getting hotter. So the water didn't just come from the heavens, it came from the grounds. It came and it washed away schools, washed away clinics, washed away whole houses of worship, washed away some human beings, but left behind massive devastation. $30 billion of devastation in Pakistan. 30 billion from just this crisis. When we are setting up funds to help with climate change, recently it was announced in Egypt at the COPA over there, that's not enough. For those of us in the north who have benefited a lot from industrialization, which has resulted in climate change, we have a moral responsibility. it is important for us when we talk about security to also remember how climate change is involved with physical security. In one of our projects in northern Pakistan, we are working in a tribal area there because a lot of conflict is starting over water. There's limited water resources. The population is increasing, and it's getting more and more difficult to get water over there. So if we are not going to have more conflicts on the future, and we're not just talking about with villages, we're talking about with countries, it will be over water. Water, climate change is going to have an effect on migration, on refugees, on people moving. There are many different factors, there's intersectionality, and it's important for us to work together. So I'll finish with this. I do acknowledge that there has been an improvement over the last few years with faith actors. I will acknowledge that as faith actors, we need to work together between different faiths and people of no faith as well. So yes, good work has been done, but more needs to be done. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Mr. Anwar Khan, and thank you for laying out some of the critical work. One of the key transitions that has taken place over the last decade, I would say, is that we've been very privileged to live through a time when the World Council of Churches, the Lutheran World Federation, ACT Alliance, Islamic Relief are not only working more together, but each of them have committed to and are showcasing how when they serve in humanitarian emergencies, they serve not only their own co-religionists, but they serve everyone. And I think that's a very important point for those of us who have observed this trend and are deeply proud and grateful for it. I now have the distinct privilege of asking Professor Gary Jacobs, the President and CEO of the World Academy of Art and Science and the World University Consortium, to please also enlighten us. Professor Gary, the floor is yours.
Thank you, Aza and Liberato, and to the organizers and all the contributing agencies that are making this interfaith symposium possible. I think the timing and the topic are so important, so relevant to our situation today. And I'd like to speak a little on that issue. The challenges we face are not new. And the efforts that the UN and the interfaith groups and countless organizations over the world have been taking are not new. We've made actually enormous progress. If you think back to 1948, when the Declaration of Human Rights was drawn up, to 2015, when we actually enshrined it as 17 goals and 169 targets agreed to by 193 countries around the world. These are unprecedented achievements in human history. And yet, why is it that today, if anything, we feel a greater insecurity than we did in these earlier times when humanity took these big steps forward? And I think there's a reason for that. I think it's not that we haven't made progress. It's not that there hasn't been commitment. It's not that the UN and other agencies haven't been doing a wonderful job of trying to address these issues. The fact of the matter is our global social evolution is moving faster than we can. Our organizations of the past, our strategies of the past, our commitments of the past are simply not sufficient to meet the challenges and magnitude that we have today. And that's why I think it's so important that this meeting and this group, the decision has been made to take human security and put it at the top of the agenda. After all, we've had the SDGs for 7 years now, and we have tremendous work being done to mobilize the global public in support of those SDGs. And yet somehow we need something more than that. And I'd like to speak to that something more. The SDGs have to a very large extent placed the burden on nation states and international organizations to solve the problems of humanity. That's simply not enough. We're all in this together, and the security we need is security for everyone. And that means we need the involvement and commitment of all organizations and all sectors of society. And that's why the interfaith groups that are committed to this are so important, and why this meeting is so important. There's another reason. The SDGs focus naturally, as science focuses and technology focuses, as public policy focuses, on the objective dimensions of our reality. The CO2 levels, the poverty levels, the shortage of food, the unemployment, the rising poverty or impacts of how many people have died from COVID pandemic and everything. But as we know, human development is not just a question of statistics. It's not just a question of external actions. It's not just the question of what scientists and technologists do and measure and report to us. That's the objective dimension. But there's also a subjective dimension. And I would argue, even though I represent an organization of scientists, that the subjective dimension is even more important than the objective. It's the subjective dimension that motivates human beings, first of all, to recognize the challenges and understand them. Second, to be committed to doing something about them, and throws our hearts and souls into it. And that's why the interfaith groups is so important, because they really represent one of the cores. The arts, the culture, and the interfaith groups represent the core that represents humanity's subjective dimension, constantly reminding us that getting things right on paper and spending so much of money in our SDGs and everything is not enough. We need to mobilize the energies and commitments of humanity. And that's the third thing. When we look at the SDGs, we've got 17 important goals. Every one of them is absolutely important for our survival. But all of them together add up to something more. They add up to this intangible thing we call human security. It doesn't matter whether I'm lacking food or I'm lacking a job or I'm lacking water or I'm lacking clean air. Each of us needs all of these things in order to be secure. Maybe for some, the problem is food, and some more is the problem of air, and some is the problem of violence and war going on in the neighborhood. But it doesn't matter which one is missing. We need them all. We need the law. We need the human rights and everything. And I think the concept of human security communicates that sense of integrality to us. We all know they're interconnected, but our way of functioning, our way of studying, our way of formulating policy and action is always fragmented and specialized. That's the way we're organized as a human community. That's not enough today. We need something that looks at the whole picture, brings us together, and finally asks, just how far are we enhancing the security of every human being? Ourselves, our friends, our neighbors, and everybody around the world. Because until we get that part of the equation right, it doesn't matter how good our statistics are. It doesn't matter how good our numbers are. We still will have the unstable conditions in which we're not able to enforce and achieve the kind of peace, human rights, democracy, and sustainable development that we need for ourselves, for our nations, and for our planet. With this in mind, the UN Trust Fund on Human Security and the World Academy of Art and Science have embarked on an ambitious project. We call it a global campaign on human security for all. And this is really intended to reflect the fact that all the work being done is not enough unless we can engage the global community, not only with the wonderful community of Congo, NGOs, the universities, the scientists, the research institutes, but every sector, and of course, the interfaith groups, but every sector of global society has a contribution to make to this. And we had a dramatic example of it. Just 3 weeks ago, we were at the Consumer Electronics Show, the largest exhibition of technology and technology companies in the world, where we had proposed a year ago to the head of that organization, isn't this something of relevance to every company in the room, to every company in the industry globally? We had 115,000 experts, technology experts and business leaders from around the world talking about the future of their industry. And in the very first 2 minutes of that event, the president stood up and talked about human security for all. And the responsibility of the business community and the technology community to recognize there's nothing more important to us, to them, to humanity than our collective efforts to work together to address these issues. So this, I think, is the step that's represented here by this meeting, by bringing the interfaith groups to, we need all of the interfaith groups from all over the world, from all perspectives. We need the educators, we need the artists, we need the media, we need the NGOs, we need every sector of human society, the youth groups and so the environmentalists and so forth to join together to make this happen. And I'd like to just end first by thanking the organizers for such a timely event. And secondly, by issuing not only an invitation, but a request. We need the active participation of the interfaith groups in this campaign. And we look forward to working with you as far as possible in sharing our aspiration and sharing our energy to spread this message and mobilize global society for a social transformation. Thank you.
Thank you very much indeed, Professor Gary. And I think very helpful that you nuance the subjective as one of the tipping points, if not the tipping point, in making a difference to what we're doing in terms of, in addition to being able to work together across all the different sectors and stakeholders. Just 5 years ago, we had maybe a handful of interfaith organizations. Actually, we have plenty faith organizations, but only a handful of interfaith. However, I think we're facing a situation now where there is a veritable mushrooming of interfaith organizations in every single corner of the world, all over the place. And I'm sure that there's a good purpose behind each, but it also will make the challenge of collaboration a significant amount more difficult. But we look forward to making sure we can continue to collaborate. I now have the privilege of inviting Ms. Sofia Farion, who is, I believe, online and oh, I'm so sorry. Oh my goodness, I had you confused with Anamita. I apologize. She's lovingly here, delightfully here. Sofia Farion is a Senior Program Officer for Eastern Europe, South Caucasus, and Central Asia. Not very complicated places at the moment, not at all, yes. Within the global network of women peace builders. Thank goodness we can hear a little bit about women peace builders. Thank you, Sofia, the floor is yours.
Thank you, the Odyssean journey of this microphone to me. Thank you so much for the opportunity to speak about how the integral role of gender and specifically the Women, Peace and Security agenda in discussions of human security. At the Global Network of Women Peace Builders, or GNWP, our goal is to amplify and to uplift women and youth peace builders and their gender equality allies through the development, the implementation, and the monitoring of the WPS agenda around the world. And our work stems from a question: where are the women? This is a question that was posed to the UN Security Council by women's rights organizations, women-led humanitarian and civil society organizations when looking at the Council's decisions on peace and security. So where are the women? They're everywhere. They're at every level doing work towards peace, to bring peace to their communities and their countries. Yet women are largely left out of decision-making processes, peace negotiations, relief and recovery actions, even though we know that women are key to sustainable peace and human security. For example, women's meaningful participation in peace negotiations makes it 35% more likely that the negotiation will last at least 15 years. So meaningful participation of women at these decision-making levels drove Security Council Resolution 1325 on Women, Peace and Security, or WPS. And its adoption by the Security Council in 2000 was a paradigm shift in the Council. It was the first time that the Council recognized the disproportionate impacts of armed conflict on women. It signaled a shift from interventionist to more preventative approaches, and 1325 brought human security into the Council and broadened its understanding of a human-centric, context-specific, comprehensive approach and its necessity to fulfilling the Council's mandate of maintaining national peace and security. So within this context, it's clear that women, peace, and security is human security. Gender inequality is a widespread and cross-cutting challenge that affects women and marginalized groups. And that's why this conversation that we're having today is so important to us, and why women's rights organizations, women peace builders, women civil society must be at these discussions of human security, not as a token panelist, not as a throwaway last-minute addition, but as standardized participants in discussions of peace and security. These lived experiences and the expertise of those working towards gender equality are vital inputs. How? Let's take community security. Gender-blind approaches, or approaches that don't take gender into account, these gender-blind approaches to community security fail to acknowledge the reality of women's integral role in communities as spiritual leaders, as leaders in the business sector, as heads of domestic households. And in many societies, women are the community. They're the backbone of community. And these roles, women's roles in community, are amplified during conflict and wartime. Look at Ukraine. Women, local women-led organizations, civil society organizations, were the first to mobilize humanitarian aid as a result of Russia's full-scale invasion of Ukraine last February. Russia's war in Ukraine, during the first 6 weeks, virtually all humanitarian aid was organized and implemented by existing NGOs and newly created local aid groups, many of which were run by women. By the nature of their work, their expertise on the ground, their profound understanding of the situation of local contexts, and also the trust that communities have built and worked with these women, position them to be, and actually make them, key humanitarian actors. GNWP, we work with these non-traditional humanitarian actors, especially in Ukraine, because we understand of their distinct skills and ability to reach the communities. We've been able to work with our partners to provide flexible funding so that they know how to best provide aid to their communities. Some communities need blankets, some communities need to provide psychosocial support to children who are internally displaced. Some communities are facing more food insecurity. And so the ability to quickly and efficiently respond to these challenges is key. If women aren't involved in the design and implementation of community level humanitarian responses and security responses, then these will not be effective policies. These will not be effective efforts. So this meaningful participation of women is not exclusive to community security. Women's full and equal participation across all of the elements of human security is a human right, full stop. And we must call for this in order to strengthen the protection and empowerment of all people. So through the WPS agenda and a gender lens, we put people first. And by doing so, we open up the space to investigate how gender and other cross-cutting elements of being human impact peace and security. So thank you so much.
Thank you very much indeed, Sophia. That was a very brilliant expose of the rationale and the means and need to indeed be focused on engaging and taking into account the Women, Peace and Security agenda as part of honoring the full human rights spectrum and dimensions. Thank you very much. I'm also delighted to hear that we have Dr. Annemette Fisker-Nielsen with us online, and we have now an opportunity to hear from her. She's an associate professor at Soka University. Dr. Annemette, please, the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. I hope you can hear me there. Please let me know if there's any problems at all.
Very clearly.
Okay, thank you so much. So thank you so much for inviting me to this distinguished panel. I feel somewhat unqualified in a sense to be speaking to such an honorable delegation in a sense. Okay, so what I've been asked to speak to you today is to the theme of human security in relation to Soka Gakkai's approach to peace building. So I'm going to go and talk a bit about that. So Soka Gakkai is a Nichiren Buddhist faith-based organization that share very much deeply the concern that has been raised here today about securing human dignity, human rights, ecological, sustainable societies, and have been very much part of working in various different initiatives to secure this sort of more substantial form of human security, both for now and for our contract with the future generations. And so Soka Gakkai also actively promotes the UN Sustainable Development Goals and been working with the UN on promoting those kind of initiatives for a number of decades. So I won't go into all the sort of initiatives that are currently being undertaken because those are available also on the websites. But you know, from particularly youth groups and members across the world within Soka Gakkai that both at national, local, community levels that have taken all kinds of new increasing initiatives to promote and try to implement the SDGs developmental goals. So my own recent research as well shows how during the pandemic, for example, SGI, and this goes for other religious faith-based organizations as well, increased its engagement with issues of ecological sustainability, gender promotion of gender equality, LGBTQ issues, and other issues framed now under the SDGs. And there continues to sort of be almost a daily sort of national or a drive in its daily newspaper, the Seikyo Shimbun, for example, in Japan. So the Soka Gakkai is made up of 12 million members, roughly, that exist in different thousands of communities around the world. And many like-minded people like attending today are also very concerned with the current state of affairs and are motivated really to wanting to realize a better world of equality, well-being, sustainability, and human security for all. So as we have heard already, this has been a very hard thing to achieve. And as we know, there's been many different problems in realizing that. And I was very encouraged to hear the speaker earlier talking about the sort of subjective dimension, because in a sense, I'm as an anthropologist, as a cultural social anthropologist, I'm very much working on trying to understand what actually really motivates people in terms of taking particular actions. So to foster this sort of substantial human security, Soka Gakkai proposed the need to cultivate simultaneously an inner transformation in attitude and cultural values. So this approach can be seen, for example, in the way that it focused on trying to help eliminate nuclear weapons that began in the 1950s. So this is just a quote. The enemy is not nuclear weapons per se, nor is it the states that possesses or develop them. The real enemy that we must confront is the ways of thinking that justify nuclear weapons, the readiness to annihilate others when they are seen as a threat or as a hindrance to the realization of our objectives. So this emphasis on fostering a change in this deeper attitude can be seen in the sort of yearly peace proposal to the United Nations since 1983 that served to sort of initiate various different cooperation with various different UN objectives, particularly through educational exhibitions, public talks, grassroots discussions in areas such as disarmament, sustainability, climate change, human rights education, gender equality, women's empowerment, and humanitarian relief. So I think those kind of initiatives, while they have a sort of public face of it, but it's also the sort of ability to talk to people who come or engage on the sort of community grassroots level that has been shown to be so important. So this drive for such peace, culture, educational activities comes from, indeed, Nichiren's understanding, who was a 13th century monk in Japan, understanding of Buddhism as not pertain to the realm of rituals or sacred places or special people set apart from sort of everyday life, but rather is in the way that the Lotus Sutra explains that in the end, matters of the world are the entirety of Buddhism. So Buddhism here in Soka Gakkai is in this way seen as a deeply human project, practiced as a life philosophy that focuses on engaging with the self and our relations with others, and also the world, in order to cultivate a faith in our and others' deeper potential to act for a life that can be mutually value creating, which is also the meaning of Soka. So we tend to think of human rights, and this was mentioned earlier as well, like we tend to think of human rights as a sort of recent development. And of course, on the one hand, it is more specifically, but many traditions have culturally and cultural and philosophical resources that closely advocate fundamental human equality. So pulling together such resources, as has been mentioned, is really important, I think, for furthering all our together agenda for human rights and human security, as we're doing here today. So the radical idea proposed some 2,500 years ago amidst a highly stratified society that it were people's intention and behavior rather than the social rank or status that they were born into that made them worthy as humans still seem rather radical today. So, and indeed, this point was made earlier as well, this sense of the importance of being able to see ourselves as equal human beings, and that is really where the building of security, human security, starts. So these Buddhist ideas underpin the Lotus Sutra, which was encapsulated in the 6th century China by the Buddhist scholar Chintai Ciji, the theory of 3,000 realms of possibilities in one moment of existence, that sort of underlie this principle for change in life, that we are not finalizable subjects, but we change from moment to moment, and the importance to pay attention to our emotional states. And at the same time also proposed that humans possess the potential for an enlightened state that is indeed available at any moment in direct correlation to our determination and faith in seeing that. And so this is what the 13th century Nichiren priest built upon in Japan to elucidate this Buddhist law and practice for inner change. So the importance to have inner change in order to facilitate a wider social change as well. And of course, this is what Soka Gakkai then takes up in the 20th century. So it's based on these sort of ideas that the SGI President Daisaku Ikeda has proposed to cultivate the three broad qualities of wisdom, compassion, and courage, the qualities of an enlightened consciousness to inform SGI actions for global citizenship. So enlightenment here, or enlightened consciousness here, refers to an ability to see the reality of our interrelatedness and the true capacities of ourselves and others for positive creativity and mutual dignified ways of living. So as an anthropologist, I'm well aware of the ideas of such, how dignity, honor, self-worth, compassion, other emotions are very socially, culturally embedded. And I'm also currently engaged in a cross-cultural study of how and what those kind of life states of compassion, courage, and wisdom actually mean in different kind of social cultural contexts. So at the same time, the central idea of the importance of self-transformation, I think is worth paying attention to, acting on a sort of raised life state that is significant to approach a sort of deeper level of consciousness that each person, including ourselves, have a greater self that connect on a deeper level with others and with our social and ecological environments. And so I know many of these ideas will resonate as well with various different traditions across in different kinds of ways. And so how to pull those ideas together. So just lastly, I want to just say that here, of course, education is crucial at the same time. So I work at Soka University, and where I teach Soka University overall is committed to the idea that humans have the capacity to create value, the meaning of Soka, and where knowledge can be used as mutually beneficial and in a wise and creative ways to secure more equitable and fairer and sustainable societies. So underpinned by this ethos, we are also actively focusing, of course, on finding specific ways of implementing the SDGs. So that's a lot of momentum going on in the moment, also with students and with faculty and so on, and in all the different kind of areas of business and law and whatever is being taught. So I perhaps should mention that Soka University is not a religious university, but still it is driven by an ethos of this faith in human capacity to create value for broader common good. So I think it's crucial at the same time, obviously, that we root ourselves very much in critical thinking. But as I think was mentioned earlier as well, this coupled with an optimism of the will, if you like, that we can act with a sort of new vision and awareness of a common humanity. And what I've been really inspired and encouraged by in this session is to really think about how much goodwill there is, in a sense, to bring all of us together to be able to come up with something of a common will, really, to speak up together, perhaps more about these issues. And of course, the way that faith-based organizations such as Soka Gakkai have such a huge grassroots reach, and it works in a sort of very, not just at a national, but very much at a grassroots community-based level as well, and engaging in these kind of dialogues on an everyday level with people and so on. So thank you so much. I will stop there.
Thank you very much, Dr. Anna-Mette Fisker-Nielsen. Thank you. So we've been able to listen to the importance of a UN entity that's vested in development in its broadest sense, engaging with faith actors. And we've heard about the value of the subjective impulse and behavior. We've heard how faith-based organizations are on the front lines of humanitarian service, which becomes particularly significant to understanding and living a secure context, since it's in the middle of insecurities. We've heard how the UN Security Council's adoption of a fundamental resolution has firmly put women on the peace and security agenda as part of the human rights honoring. And we've now heard about the fundamental need for inner transformation in order to realize the outer transformation necessary for security, human security. Now, if I can come back a little bit to, you've heard about Dr. Samuel, you've heard about the subjective, you've heard about the inner transformation, you've heard about the role women play, humanitarian contexts. From where you sit in UNDP, what more do you want to add and to nuance in this space?
Thank you very much. That's exactly, I think, the question. What more can we do? How do we do it in a way that's accelerated, scaled up, future-oriented, risk-informed? There's plenty of risk around us, multidimensional spaces. And I think when we think in UNDP, what more can we offer countries, communities, partners in conflict and crisis settings? How to break the cycle of fragility that's increasing? How to get ahead of the cycle of fragility, and how to invest in people and hope more often? These kind of three big headlines are what we are calling the UNDP crisis offer moving ahead. There's this realization that if we continue at this pace, the trajectory is probably more decline rather than improvement. So that's why this accelerated work goes on. Three things that I want to mention, and I think this realization also based on the discussions this morning, that there are a lot of good things that we can actually build on that already exist, either in policy or guidance or development practice, or the relationship between humanitarians, development, and peace-building practitioners. And I think more and more of that is what we see coming up, and doing it better, I think, becomes the question. Building on what Mr. Khan and Professor Jacobs ended with, which is this relationship between what's objective and what's subjective about human security. One of the things that stands out, also mentioned earlier today, is this issue of mental health and psychosocial support. It is no longer enough to consider that food and water and shelter, et cetera, in the objective world is what contributes to human security. Figuring out how people are actually impacted in their perception of being secure or insecure, and how this mental health and psychosocial support is really quite critical, irrespective of whether we're talking about people living in violence or fragility, or in a bad neighborhood where somebody else's conflict is spilling over into theirs. Or as Mr. Khan mentioned, in a span of 6 weeks, a country as big as Pakistan, 1/3 of it is actually underwater. And the damage is critical. So that's why I think thinking more and more about this mental health and psychosocial support approach is really quite critical. For us, it has been putting together a perspective on MHPSS and peace building. And I think that's really been quite important with a particular set of colleagues and country offices, like in Nigeria, where issues of stigma, violent extremism, with a particular focus on women and girls, has really been quite important. Nowhere is it more important to work with faith and faith leaders than in situations like this. Think about another context like Chad and many others, where there are these turbulent, unpredictable changes, transitions in politics, and the role of faith leaders coming together to be part of national dialogue processes. Not only to be sort of in the space of serving people's spiritual needs, but actively engaging in what it means to live in a secure political context that has some predictability for the future. The role of faith leaders, I think, cannot be underestimated in such circumstances. In Asia Pacific, where quite a lot of good work stands out in Bangladesh, the Maldives, the Philippines, Sri Lanka, we're looking at opportunities where these countries that are actually not at the bottom ranking of human development indices, but are actually closer to middle-income countries, have this ability to use digital data spaces. In some cases, they become exclusion tools. In many other cases, they actually become inclusion tools as well. Opportunities in the Philippines to work with women's rapid action and mobilization networks, as what we call insider mediation, really stands out. Also on the cusp of a political conflict that is now being settled, risk of monsoons, typhoons, climate change, et cetera, all over the Pacific region has really been quite critical as well. And maybe just lastly, we look at places where in the 40+ countries, alongside other partners in the UN system, we've been working to support national action plans for prevention of violent extremism, helping those national action plan exit the securitized approaches and more into inclusive approaches on the relationship between human security, inclusion, reintegration, et cetera, et cetera. Central Asia stands out in many of these cases. And I think we're looking forward to working more and more with linking the government, civil society, faith leaders on how to bring people back on board into a more inclusive process and avoid these tracks that actually lead into more radicalization and disenfranchisement and back into reintegration and inclusion processes. So all to say that plenty to build on. Moving forward, it's probably more acceleration and scale up, more people orientation, more community orientation. And I think in many cases, the UN's partnership with civil society, with faith leaders, and with lay people as well, in many of these communities, as was mentioned earlier, I think is really quite critical. My particular thanks to the organizers, of which UNDP is only one part, but very happy to continue to collaborate with everyone that has made this particular meeting possible. Along the momentum for human security in 2022 and 2023, this is a particularly important meeting for us, for sure. Thank you again.
Thank you very much, Dr. Samuel. And I think you've brought out some very, very critical points. Again, nuancing particularly mental health and psychosocial well-being, and mentioning, I noticed, faith leaders and civil society. One of the most important things I think we were all learning over time is that faith leaders are part of civil society. They're not a distinct unit outside of it, but indeed part of it. And the challenge, of course, for civil society globally, civil societies, is how to engage the faith-based, the non-faith-based, the humanists, the many other elements of civil society, and And we're confronting the situation today, which is part of the human security dilemma, where civil societies are not coordinated and collaborating seamlessly in any way, shape, or form, but in fact seem to mirror some of the key challenges that governments themselves are having internally, but also with one another as the multilateral system itself struggles to endure dissonance at a time when the biggest conversation is about inclusion and its methods. Now, given the work that you have highlighted, Sophia, about the necessity of including women and indeed of having their leadership as prominent in the human security space, where do you see the intersection with issues of faith or religions?
Of course, thank you. So religious leaders and faith organizations are key actors at not only the national but local levels in terms of peace and security conversations. And when GNWP actually created its flagship localization program, where we localize women, peace, and security at not just the national, but the provincial and the local level, we work with cultural leaders, including religious leaders, to be a part of our workshops, our conversations with civil society actors, with local authorities, with national authorities on discussions of WPS and also youth peace and security as well. And religious leaders and faith organizations are incredibly important because of the influence that they have. As was said previously by Bishop Heinrich, religious leaders not only can access minds, but the hearts of people. And I think that is incredibly important when we're talking about policy, right? Something that can seem so abstract, but in reality, it affects the everyday lives of marginalized communities and people everywhere, especially those in insecure contexts. And so, to speak specifically to some work that GNWP is doing in Ukraine, as I mentioned, women's civil society was one of the first groups to mobilize humanitarian action in Ukraine. And not only is it local existing NGOs and newly made local action groups, but also church organizations, which are predominantly led by women. And they were key to accessing the community and assessing humanitarian needs of specific contexts across the entire country, which are all unique, although they face one major aggressor, and I'm not going to get into that right now. So another actually interesting anecdote that came out last year in November, GNWP, with the support of the Austrian Development Agency and also with our local partners in Ukraine, we held a training in Krakow for women peace builders and male gender equality allies on accompaniment and support to survivors and victims of conflict-related sexual violence. And we had a speaker and a representative from the Ukrainian Prosecutor General's office who was speaking about when she goes into newly liberated territories to speak to the people who are living there, to assess, to provide any kind of resources that the office offers. There's a incredible need for young children who are experiencing trauma to speak to the office. But given that, they have experienced unspeakable traumas, it's hard for them to open up. And she mentioned how incredible it was for priests who are in these communities. They have this incredible ability to make the children feel comfortable, make them kind of laugh and smile and open up and be that bridge from that spiritual comfort that they offer, that bridge between the children and the prosecutor's office. And in that, they are key to the work that they are doing in documenting war crimes. So these are just a few examples of, at least from my experience, that have been shown the importance of faith organizations in our work.
Thank you very much, Sophia. And I think just to bring it very quickly, if I may, to Anwar, you were speaking about the unspeakable traumas that you encountered as a result in Pakistan, but also elsewhere. And I know that you have been engaging very heavily in serving humanitarian needs in so many different parts of the world. As Islamic Relief, and one of the only known international Islamic entities working in humanitarian work, you also encounter a remarkable amount of challenges in order to be able to serve. how have you found the support of whether it's been the United Nations or other faith organizations to be helpful to you in ensuring that you can deliver the services you need to secure basic dignity for so many people suffering the lack of the very basics of life? How have you found your support or collaboration or partnership to be helpful in that regard?
Thank you, Dr. Azhar. To be honest, it's been mixed. Generally, it's been positive, but there have been some problems. So recently, when I was in Afghanistan at the beginning of last year, just after I left, the UNDP signed a $20 million project with Islamic Relief Afghanistan to help farmers. This is to do with climate change. This is to do with security. 40% of the farmers we're helping there are Afghan women. So we really appreciate the support of a UNDP, and I just mentioned different intersectionalities. But at the same time, when I don't want to say who it was, but a senior person in the UN, when I was asking, so are you working with faith-based organizations? And he looked at me kind of disgusted. Why would I do that? Huh? It was really upset. It's like we were speaking different languages. And then when I was talking to him, he said, no, I am working with faith-based. I said, no, they're not faith-based. Those are secular Pakistani organizations. Well, I don't know. Why should I know? It doesn't matter. So then I had to explain to him nicely why it does matter. And I had to explain to him, he said, everyone's invited. It's an open process. It's not open if you don't know where the table is, if you're scared to sit at the table. If no one's ever told you the table, you're told that you are not invited to the table. So you need to go out there, find people, invite them to the table, talk to them. So this was really illuminating. And so I was really kind of taken aback. So there are the people who are on this call obviously care about this, but I am appealing to my UN friends. Please, if you can reach out to the others who do not care. And not only that, are very proud that they don't care. So that was one thing. So generally what I've seen with the UN, with my work, I try to be positive. I'm on the board of World Food Program USA. We're trying to raise support for WFP. I've seen amazing work of WFP, of UNDP, UNICEF. I've seen this with my own eyes. I've delivered the aid on the side of mountains. We've done work that's been amazing, but at the same time, there still needs to be some faith literacy within some senior members of the UN. As far as working with other faiths, it's the same kind of thing. I've seen amazing support. We could not have worked with CAR without our Catholic brothers and sisters and World Vision. Catholic Relief Services literally hosted us in Bangui. We were trying to reach out to Muslims who were traumatized. They had been many of their family members had been killed, they'd been tortured, like many of the people in CAR. And there was, of course, a lot of harassment and other things. Without working together with our partners of different faith, whether that be with Lutherans, that we've done work with them in Jordan, in peace building, with Jewish organizations, and in Greece, to help Syrian refugees, it is important. But at the same time, there remain some people within our organizations that may not be as open-minded as maybe some of the people on this call. So I would like to ask all of us, we need to clean our own house, whether we are in the UN or in Islamic Relief or XYZ organization, open our hearts, open our mind. When we work together, we are bridging gaps. We need to stop thinking about just being transactional and what's good for me and my people, and thinking transformational. What would God want us to do? And I believe God would want us to all work together to be a mercy unto mankind and to be custodians and to leave our ego and increase our humility.
Amen to that. Amen to that. Thank you very, very much indeed. I think this brings us to a very nice conclusion, a couple of points to raise. I think, Anwar, you made a very excellent call and appeal. And the appeal comes right back at you in terms of how diligent Islamic Relief, as other religious organizations are on working together, in working in partnership with one another, and in being able to share their resources with one another, not just being able to come together to share, to deliver services, but indeed in being able to come together to share the resources that they have with one another. And this remains an important task that many faith-based organizations stand to be accountable to. And it's perhaps very critical to also note that when it comes to some of the more vulnerable communities and groups in society, religious organizations have not necessarily always been the first to open up and to serve, but we have also seen instances of exclusion and instances where some human rights are seen as more fundamental and more important than others. Nowhere is this perhaps more clear than in the domain of gender dynamics. And I don't think it's fair for us to speak about framing of the issue of human security and the partnership between faith and secular entities in international relations without understanding also and highlighting that there are important elements missing on all sides. From the secular side, there's an element of appreciating that one religious organization will not solve the world's problems just by partnering with them, but you have to partner with all and hold them all equally accountable to one another. From the religious side, there is an accountability to the extent to which religions share with one another their resources and the extent to which there is genuineness of inclusion of all human rights for all people at all times, and not a selective appropriation or respect thereto. This is an important part of the framing too, and I want to thank each and every one of those remarkable speakers that we have had on today's panel. I also want to thank very much those who came the panel before, and in advance those who are due to speak again. I want to also quote what Bishop Heinrich mentioned, which is that at the end of the day, this is a journey, and it should be a journey. If it is meant to be transformational, then it is a journey of seeing one another through love in our eyes, because that is how the divine sees us. And I'm sorry to say this in such a secular space, but quite frankly, that's what faith brings into the equation. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Azakaram, for a highly integrated, well-woven conversation. From a high-level opening session to high framing, we will soon move to the high vista, seeing and doing session. But in the meantime, we have 12 minutes of intermission. Do quietly what you need to do. It's intended to be also the break. But I encourage you to watch a performance of world-renowned cello virtuoso playing a 4-string cello, a recording artist, Michael Fitzpatrick, a good friend of Sir George Martin of the Beatles, who says he is a major force to reckon with as a musician. He has performed at the General Assembly. He has performed at the blessing ceremony recently for Pope Francis in the Vatican. I invite you to watch Michael perform for this symposium.
It's a great pleasure to be part of today's program and to add a few notes of peace and love to this important coming together of the different faith traditions. Years ago, I was sitting in the mountains and some words came tumbling down from above that said, one single tone, sounding from every possible angle, forms the music of the world. The musician's role to translate that sound into love, sing it from the heart, and offer it back to the world, music, humanity, ecology, one. And now the Swan, Bach, and the Song of the Birds that the late Pablo Casals played at age 93 at the United Nations as a cry for peace.
The world we know is facing unprecedented challenges which cannot be solved if humanity remains divided. We know deep down that our security lies in the security of others, our families, our neighbors, our communities, our world. People of faith have always known these truths. A peaceful and secure world is not about borders, but about people, about ensuring human security. Faith communities, interfaith dialogue, and cooperation can help usher in a new era of global solidarity, one that fosters understanding and trust between people of different faiths and cultures, one focused on human security for all. We must rise above our national and individual differences behind a vision of a safe, peaceful, and healthy planet. Human security is about building safe and inclusive communities, a just world. It is about living free from want, free from fear and indignity. Join us on a mission to bring human security to all.
Welcome back to the, hold on. Welcome back to the second half of the 9th edition of the Annual Symposium on the Role of Religion in International Affairs. If you have just joined me, I'm Liberato Bautista, the chair of the Symposium Planning Committee. We will now empanel the next session, focusing on seeing and doing human security. The session is being moderated by Mr. Rudelmar Bueno de Faria, the General Secretary of the ACT Alliance. Rudelmar, the screen is yours. Welcome to the symposium.
Thank you very much, Levi. Welcome back to all of you to the virtual plenary. We will continue our discussions on securing people's well-being and planetary sustainability as part of the Symposium on the Role of Religion and Faith-Based Organizations in International Affairs. As Levi mentioned, my name is Rudelmar Bueno de Faria. I'm Brazilian. I'm working for the ACT Alliance, that stands for Action by Churches Together, a global coalition of churches and church-related organizations working in humanitarian development and advocacy in more than 125 countries, which is also co-organizing this symposium. And I will be moderating this next session. After hearing inspirational, conceptual, and practical analysis on the convergences of human security and the complexity it entails, especially in a similar complex reality humanity is facing today, this session that starts now will focus on the experiences and initiatives that promote human security at global, national, and community levels. And it is framed, as it was mentioned by Levi, under the theme, Seeing and Doing Human Security. We will hear from experienced fellows. We have 8 people connecting today, working in different contexts. They are from faith-based organizations, activists, UN agencies, and the academia as well. How they see human security and what are the approaches they use to promote human security in their specific contexts. The panel will allow interaction also with the participants through the questions and answer services that is available through these systems, the conference system. Please feel free to pose your questions in the chat. We are basically on time, so I hope that after each block, we will be able to get some questions and reply to them. Otherwise, we will keep that to the end of the session, where we will have more time for interaction with the participants of this event. I will introduce the speakers as we started the discussions. But before that, I would like to highlight the term that the term security often conveys different connotations. in our different contexts, different interpretations, and sometimes interests as well. And it's not a surprise, probably to any of you, that the term security has been misused by different actors to justify increasing exclusion, expansionism, dictatorship, militarism, and authoritarianism. And these nuances have a direct impact on the practical implementation of human security. You know, I'm Brazilian, and you may have heard what is happening in the country due to the lack of actions related to human security. More recently, about the situation of the Yanomamis indigenous people in Brazil, in the Amazon forests. And that is very much connected how the world is today. It is affected by a range of profound and interconnected crises that not only accelerate complex power dynamics, but also increase war, violence, conflict, human rights violations, and also economic inequalities, distress. And the struggles for the rights of life and human dignity, self-determination, freedom of expression, assembly, and association, as well as freedom of religion and belief, along with freedom from both political subjugation and increased militarization, are manifestations of people's quests for peace with justice and security. And by engaging with populations under stress to address the needs they face, human security directly and positively affects the daily life of people threatened in their survival, livelihoods, and dignity. And we will see from some concrete examples from our speakers how that happens. You probably know that a resolution adopted by the UN Security General Assembly on this matter on human security indicates that governments retain the primary role and responsibilities for ensuring the survival, livelihoods, and also dignity of their citizens. And the role of the international community in this resolution is intended to be complementary and to provide the necessary support to governments, it says, upon their requests, to strengthen their capacity to respond to current and emergency threats. However, human security requires greater collaboration and partnerships. And I think that Asa has mentioned that in the session that we had before the break. And civil society, including faith-based organizations, play an important role in this equation. We cannot take that out of the equation. And in the context of the symposium that we are having today, it's important to identify the intersections between legal frameworks and the moral imperative that addresses issues of human security. Faith-based organizations are uniquely positioned to provide critical links to human security. And the nexus of religion and development has been part of the secular religious debate for many, many years, forever, I would say. But often religion has been ignored or sidelined in international development strategies and cooperation. Although in the last decades or so, the UN multilateral system and governments have demonstrated increased interest in engaging with faith communities, whether to enforce shared values and objectives or to engage with them in humanitarian response or development activities, and in some situations to counter terrorism and hate speeches. So it's important that we have, it was very well framed, the concept of human security, but now having heard that and what I said here as well, we will now hear the experiences from prominent people working in different levels and sectors on their experiences on human security. I want to introduce now our first speaker, who will bring a global perspective. I have the pleasure to introduce Professor Amanda Ellis. She's the Senior Director of Global Partnership at the Julian N. Regelich Global Futures Laboratory at the Arizona State University. And she's also a former ambassador and permanent representative to the mission of the New Zealand to the United Nations in Geneva, where I'm based now. Professor Ellis, welcome. From your perspective and from your experiences as well in working in governments and as an ambassador to the UN, and now based in a Global Futures Laboratory, what does working for human security looks like to you?
Thank you so much, General Secretary Bueno de Faria. I'm delighted to be with you and the distinguished panelists here today and to follow music, humanity, and ecology as a cry for peace. That was just beautiful. Thank you too to all of the faith-based organizations who are demonstrating through this collaboration the kind of collaboration we need on a planetary scale. Tēnā koutou katoa. Greetings to you all in Māori, the Indigenous language of Aotearoa, New Zealand, my birthplace. The nation-state model our international institutions are premised on tends to privilege national security rather than human security of freedom from want, fear, and indignity. And as you said so eloquently, General Secretary, we need to be able to focus on both and their interlinkages. You asked about my specific experiences, and during New Zealand's tenure on the UN Security Council, I served as co-chair for humanitarian access into Syria, where I experienced firsthand the challenges the World Health Organization faced, with nation states weaponizing something as basic a right for all humans as medical assistance. And as the previous panel pointed out, Women, Peace and Security, UNSC Resolution 1325, which was passed back in 2000, has remained really a resolution without its full implementation. Women, unfortunately, remain significantly excluded from peace processes, as do many other voices. So we need nothing less than a paradigm shift. And the central question is really, can human security become a unifying paradigm for global security? Can we challenge prevailing concepts and institutions so the common security of all nations and the security of humans are integrated? When I previously led New Zealand's official development assistance, our island neighbours in the Pacific were very clear. On the front lines of the climate emergency, yet the least responsible, they were under no illusion that their very lives depend on a paradigm shift to human security. 1.5 to stay alive. Now at the ASU Julianne Wrigley Global Futures Lab, our focus is on ensuring a just, safe, and habitable planet for all, with values of inclusion and deliberately a transdisciplinary and multi-stakeholder approach. We're now 8 billion plus humans, an increasingly large presence on a small and finite planet Earth, and many issues that critically impact national security are planetary issues impacting all humanity. Escalating existential threats like the climate crisis, the rise of zoonotic diseases, and the possibility for them to morph into full-scale global pandemics like COVID-19, the spread of disinformation through increasingly powerful technologies, and security from nuclear war, a threat which has again come to the forefront since Russia's illegal invasion of Ukraine. I don't need to elaborate on the UN Security Council Permanent 5 right to veto and how dysfunctional that is in operation. I know we're going to discuss policy changes later. Issues central to human security remain off the Council agenda because of the veto. US Secretary of State Blinken argues we have to stop debating whether the climate crisis belongs in the Security Council and instead ask how the Council can leverage its unique powers to take on the negative impacts on peace and security. And one of my favorite authors, Margaret Atwood, reminds, it's not just climate change, it's everything change. Over 5 billion people will suffer water stress by 2050. So faith-based communities and leaders committed to human security are stepping in where the multilateral architecture is lacking and nation states are failing to take swift action. So despite the overwhelming evidence, many important voices are not being heard in these fora. Nature is screaming, Pope Francis writes in his encyclical, Laudato Si. We at ASU Global Futures are very proud to be part of the Pope's recent film with scientists Robin Martin and Greg Asner as the voices for nature and science. Let's watch the official trailer together.
Well, the Vatican releases Pope Francis's wildly anticipated encyclical on the environment.
La naturaleza grita. Téngase. Téngase.
Protéger climatique. Un manque de la protection de la nature qui pousse aujourd'hui nos populations à quitter chez nous.
É perder a terra, a floresta, o grande agronegócio que está chegando aí.
Marine heat waves are causing an unknown amount of death among corals.
I want all the global leaders to do something to stop climate change, because if it's not going to be stopped, it's going to harm our future.
Queridos poetas sociales, porque ustedes son poetas sociales, porque tienen la capacidad y el coraje de crear esperanza allí donde solo aparece descarte y exclusión.
Je n'arrive pas à rester tranquille. Parfois, j'ai un esprit qui voyage.
O mundo vai mudar. Porque o que estava encoberto, hoje está sendo descoberto.
Il faut lisser des liens très forts et il ne faut jamais rompre ce lien.
You are my hero, you are.
Che nessuno di noi è un'isola. Siamo tutti bisogno gli uni degli altri.
Protéger l'environnement.
Try to be the change you want to see in the world.
We arrived as individuals with very different stories, but we all shared a dream.
To come together for our common humanity. As we've seen, the film gives voice to include those who desperately need to be heard. Migrants. The Institute for Economics and Peace predicts there will be well over 1 billion people displaced by the climate emergency by 2050. Youth, fighting for the rights of future generations. Indigenous peoples, who comprise only around 5% of our global population, yet steward some 80% of remaining biodiversity. Nature, which provides we humans with over $100 trillion of free ecosystem services every year, according to the OECD, the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development. And lastly, scientists who have been warning us for decades of the existential threat of climate change and the exponential tipping points we risk unleashing as a result of our actions. So I'm delighted our Global Futures VP, Dr. Peter Schlosser, will later share outcomes of our efforts to include all voices at Global Futures 22. And I think there's a slide to show you some of the outcomes. We are delighted to partner with the World Academy of Arts and Science and with the UN on a new global campaign of human security for all. And in closing, I return to my central question. Can human security become a unifying paradigm for global security? It can, and it must. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Ellis, for your sharing. It's great to see reference to very important elements related to peace and human security. Basically, the UN Security Council Resolution 1325 on women and peace and security, but the impact on climate change, on humanity, the important points that you have mentioned about the veto power of the UN, the P5, and the impact that that has on the indigenous people and the people on the move, and as well as reference to the faith-based communities on saving planet. And very relevant, of course, to mention the Laudato Si, that is a reference for that. Thank you very much. Now, I have the pleasure to introduce our second speaker, and apologize in advance for pronunciation of her name. That is Ms. Hernes Mustafoy. She's the chief of the UN Human Rights Unity and the UN Trust Fund for Human Security. Is that the right pronunciation, or I was close to that?
It was a very nice Portuguese rendition of my name.
Thank you very much. That's very diplomatic. Ms. Mustafavi, the UN Security Council, the UN Human Security Unity has long experiences and a well-tested approach to working for human security. Please tell us about your approach and how this works to build multi-stakeholder partnership to build then human security. The floor is yours.
Thank you so much. Thank you, General Secretary Buena de Faria. I hope that I pronounce your name correctly. Ambassador Ellis, to all speakers before and after, and ladies and gentlemen, it is really an honor to participate in today's symposium and to share experiences from the UN Trust Fund for Human Security, specifically how the application of human security can help realize a world where every individual can live free from fear, want, and indignity. These have been the clarion calls of this symposium so far. At the same time, it is not an overestimation to say that we do meet at a time of unprecedented challenges, again, something that was raised by speakers before. But I do think it's also pertinent to maybe remind ourselves of what those challenges are and how they are coming from so many different angles. Today, rather than the promise of shared prosperity, we are witnessing rising poverty, widening inequalities, and a looming global recession. And despite enormous investments in promoting peace and stability, conflicts continue to undermine every aspect of the human family, driving tens of millions of people from their homes and woefully undermining the transformative promise of the 2030 Agenda. Every week, we are confronted by the devastating impact of climate change. When natural disasters hit, their impact is direct and perilous, threatening every aspect of what it means to enjoy human security. From the loss of social and economic security to the menace that comes when daily routines, personal networks, and community bonds are broken. And while scientific progress has been beneficial in some areas of the human experience, the solidarity we had hoped to be the hallmark of the IT revolution has been hijacked by rising xenophobia, increasing hate speech, and intractable divisiveness that is breaking previous kinships of unity and understanding across all levels, from the personal to the local, national, regional, and global. It is in this context that the role of faith-based leaders and communities in advancing a culture of human security is more important than ever before. As with all crises, those most vulnerable and least able to cope with and recover from this tsunami of risks bear the brunt of these deeply intertwined challenges and require our urgent attention. Colleagues, if we hope to reverse our current trajectory and shift course to a path that advances the well-being of people and planetary sustainability, it is imperative that we promote a new narrative of hope, with solutions that better resonate with people and what they perceive to be their most pressing needs and vulnerabilities. We must create opportunities to rebuild trust and bridge divides by connecting people and institutions in more meaningful dialogue and equitable partnerships based on a shared vision of a desired future. And to this end, human security is an indispensable framework. Human security begins with people, their needs, their aspirations, and their challenges. It recognizes how these can vary significantly across place and time, and focuses attention on ensuring that they are carefully understood, including the way in which they interact. This provides the starting point of any engagement, guiding a comprehensive assessment of the local context, the subgroups within a community, and how they may be impacted differently. Whereas aggregate processes may not delve deep enough, human security drills down to ascertain the root causes of people's vulnerabilities and considers risks ranging from climate change to persistent poverty, lack of access to resources, and exclusion, among others. It reveals if harmful effects are disproportionately borne by certain groups, and the ways in which risks and shocks can accentuate inequality and marginalize those most vulnerable. While such a process takes considerable time and depends on the quality of engagement and relationships at the local level, it is essential to achieve a deep understanding, sufficiently nuanced to respond appropriately to the constellation of challenges facing people within a community. Such a framework also uncovers the vast resources and assets that already exist at the local level and that should be harnessed. It helps elaborate and convene a broad network of stakeholders across sectors, institutions, and levels of governance towards collaborative, targeted, and sustainable solutions. This network plays a critical role in sustaining engagement, monitoring interventions to ensure that they are resulting in tangible improvements to people's lives, and considering adjustments when contexts change or new challenges or shocks arise. Ladies and gentlemen, through more than 15 years of programming supported by the UN Trust Fund for Human Security in over 135 countries, we have witnessed the benefits of this framework in guiding the design and implementation of responses to the multifaceted challenges that people face in diverse contexts. Lessons from these programs underline the pivotal role that faith-based institutions and leaders can play in implementing and achieving human security. As part of the local fabric and a trusted resource of societies, they can help external partners gain a better understanding of the community, its culture, traditions, and its challenges. Their profound knowledge of the local context is instrumental in contextualizing national policies and global commitments so that they are effectively adapted and embraced by communities and local actors. With the ability to communicate and engage in a broad range of issues of relevance to local communities, they play an important role in mobilizing people and encouraging their engagement in the design and planning of local initiatives. With a firm pulse of the community, faith-based leaders can provide early warning, bring greater understanding, and manage expectations when dynamics change, and reorient activities to ensure they remain people-centered, inclusive, and prevention-oriented. For deeply entrenched and complex societal issues, such as gender inequality or discrimination against Indigenous people, they are indispensable in raising awareness and sustaining the dialogue necessary to alter mindsets and cultural beliefs that perpetuate disadvantage by certain groups. Friends, in today's context of growing risks and mega trends, from digitalization to human mobility, climate change and environmental degradation, human security is more essential than ever before. In this context, we need all actors, from governments to the private sector and faith-based institutions, to advance this framework, demonstrating to people that we care about them and their security in all aspects of their lives. We need to bolster mechanisms like the UN Trust Fund for Human Security and expand the network of diverse human security partners, including faith-based institutions and leaders, to bring these solutions to scale so that we can match the scope and complexity of the challenges of today and tomorrow with the hope and expectations of people. It is only in concert, hand in hand, that we will forge a pathway towards greater peace and stability, prosperity and dignity, towards human security for all. I thank you, and will be happy to provide additional examples from the work that we have done.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mostafavi. And for the sake of the time, because we are a little bit behind schedule, I will refrain of making any summary, but just to mention that it's important to take into account the polarization that was mentioned and the role of FBOs and religious leaders to address the related challenges. And in the chat, we can see also a link to get more information about the work of the UN Trust Fund for Human Security. Thank you very much. Now, still on the global perspective, I welcome Dr. Jerry White, who is the Executive Director of the United Religious Initiative. Dr. White, URI, the organization that you are leading, works from local to global levels. How does URI see human security and development effective initiatives to promote human security?
Thank you so much for this opportunity to address this symposium and to join this illustrious panel. I join with, and I'm so admiring of the visionary pioneers in the interfaith movement. I myself want to, there's so many headlines to wring our hands over and so many dismal reports of where we've come in the world today, that I think it's time with the interfaith movement to join hands, actually, and drop to our knees in some respects in faith and prayer and hope that we can, in fact, achieve a better future with more human security for all. My whole life, I have dedicated myself to peace and justice, and I'm so proud to now take on, as of last summer, this new role as the director of United Religions Initiative, or URI.org. When I think of the lessons over in human security over the last 3 decades, one of the first victories, I think, was some of the work we did on the landmine campaign to achieve the mine ban treaty. So that was, again, organizations joining forces as civil society to form a campaign for the mine ban treaty that has now saved tens of millions of lives and limbs. So we learned that we had to work together as civil society in partnership with government. After that, we helped work together on the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities. So in addition to a mine-free world, what would a barrier-free world look like? Because most war victims who are having disabilities say that it wasn't losing their limb that was the big problem, it was losing their place in society. So again, the lesson of the Convention on the Rights of People with Disabilities, which I think is another advancement in human security, was actually ensuring a barrier-free world and access and equity for all. All of us go in and out of being differently abled or experiencing and living with disabilities. So that brings us to today and this new job of how do we prevent or address religiously motivated violence? What would a violence-free world or a victim-free world look like? Is there a treaty or a human security framework that would help us do this? Do we need an interreligious peace treaty or some sort of global covenant of religions to join forces and enhance and augment the efforts of nation states, which are clearly not getting us to where we need to go? We're seeing an increase in religion-related violence. I don't call it religious, but religiously motivated violence around the world as the fastest growing type of violence, a certain type of cancer, or we might say an epidemic of violence that's of a particular strain. I call it religicide. It's anti-religious. In some cases, we're seeing nation states seeking to murder religion, to eradicate it, its followers, the sacred heritage, and destroying diverse cultures and indigenous communities as we speak today. Tens of millions of people are being affected. And we always said, never again. This is the time for concerted action on human security to preserve culture and religions worldwide. And when I say religicide, I think there are 3 hallmarks that go hand in hand. There's the genocidal aspect of this, which actually takes its form of femicide, the attack on women and control over women, which is one of the hallmarks of religicide. The other hallmark is factocide, the digital disinformation and misinformation, the lies about religions. For example, when we saw ISIS taking over and attacking the Yazidis with narratives that Yazidis were devil worshippers or some such, a complete ignorance or buying into the lies that fed and laid the groundwork for hate speech and incitement to genocide. So facticide, the murder of truth, is a concern for us to work together on against hate speech and other manifestations. And ecocide is the destruction of the environment, nature and Mother Earth. That's a part of this anti-religious violence that we're seeing spreading around the world today. So anything we do with human security, I believe, goes beyond just what we call the seeing and the doing for this panel, but also the being. That's where the interfaith and the faith-based spiritualities come in, because when we look at those like indigenous groups, they're the ones who've been warning for centuries about our separation from spirit, our separation from people and each other, community, and our separation from land and Mother Earth. So I think what's needed and what we're working on at United Religions Initiative is a bottom-up, grassroots interfaith movement that celebrates and promotes enduring daily interfaith cooperation across all traditions and faiths, regardless, to end religiously motivated violence and promote human security. So this is a challenge for all of us. I think it's actually one of the biggest challenges of our day. What are we going to do? And my concern here, and I'll end with this, is are we too general? Do we bank on SDGs, on slogans, on boxes, on hopes? I would challenge us to focus on leveraged initiatives and strategic campaigns, such as the campaign to ban landmines or to ban cluster munitions, such as the efforts to help promote the rights of people with disabilities. And now perhaps it's time for religious leaders and faith actors of all sorts to step up and work together. Thank you for the time, and I look forward to the further discussion.
Thank you very much, Dr. White, for your words. We are finishing here the global perspective, and we can see that from the discussion we had among the three participants, it's important to maybe take that into account for the end of the discussions, how the confluence of religious, economic, and political fundamentalisms are affecting human security worldwide. And now, we are moving now to the national level experiences. You are a little bit advanced in time, so we will take the questions at the end. And if you have any questions or comments on these presentations, please put that in the Q&A or in the chat. That we will take that at the end of the session. Now we will move to the national level. And it's a pleasure to me to welcome Ms. Nadia, again, pronunciation problem, Alawanet, team leader of the Social Cohesion Program at the UNDP in Iraq. Ms. Alawanet, working in a highly volatile context as Iraq, how does UNDP work to promote social cohesion and ensure inclusion of all sectors in society?
Good evening, Rodelmar. Thank you for the introduction. Thank you for inviting us to present UNDP Iraq experience. Good evening to all esteemed speakers and guests. And I'm following up on what Jerry has mentioned before on the genocide done to the Yazidis in Iraq after ISIL occupation in the name of religion, and exactly in the name of the Sunni Arab religion. And Iraq, is a country of a crisis over crisis, with protracted displacement, accumulated grievances. I always talk to our stakeholders and partners, and including religious leaders, youth groups, women peace groups, civil society organizations, tribal leaders. We work, of course, in social cohesion program with as inclusive, multi-level approach with all stakeholders and influencers, including the religious leaders, who has a large impact on advocating for peace and social cohesion in Iraq, especially after ISIL liberation. The issue here is that these the different groups and ethnics and sects in Iraq has suffered from injustice, and they had their own share during the different periods of history. That's why what we focus on, and what now religious leaders that we are working with are focusing on forgiveness. Without forgiveness, this country will not be stabilized, and we will not see any peace or human security, because these accumulated grievances cannot be addressed unless people do forgive, and that is encouraged by these religious leaders that we work with. Iraq has majority of Muslims, Sunni and Shiite, but yet it's a very diverse with over 11 sects and ethnic groups, including Yazidis, Baha'is, Gakkais, Turkmen, Jews, and among others. The basic principle for engaging with the religious leaders is to have trust, build the trust with them, to be able to work with them and among them. So what we have been doing through UNDP Iraq is, after liberation from ISIL in 2015, we started very local. We worked with the local religious leaders, build their capacity on combating hate speech, on forgiveness, on advocating for coexistence, and through dialogue and through sessions, and empowered them until we could really build trust among these different religious leaders, representatives, and they have built local networks among themselves. The small gestures that they have done with the communities have helped these communities to reconcile and heal. I can mention examples of Sunni and Shiite Muslim religious leaders going to Yazidi in their feasts, to Christians, and vice versa, exchanging visits, being in public in front of the communities, because these people, when they see the figures that are working together and coexisting, that gives a very important symbol of peace and coexistence. These networks grew since that we have been able to do networks at the governorate levels. So the 5 big governorates in Iraq that have been occupied by ISIL, we had also worked on building governorate district networks through forums, dialogue forums. And this year we have been able to have a national network that is working on implementing the prevention of violent extremism strategy. And the religious leaders networks on different levels, local, district, and national, they were working with us through our program for social cohesion and peace. So they were with us on reconciliation between different groups, in order to enable the displaced to go back to their areas of origin. They're working currently with us on the reintegration. They work on prevention of violent extremism. So they're part of the evolving conflict prevention approach, from reconciliation to conflict prevention. Another part is that even during COVID pandemic, the religious leaders, they had also a huge role in terms of combating the misinformation, the stigma, and even assisting the vulnerable communities and distributing life aid packages, and bringing people together as the conflict, is affected also by the COVID, and there were some acts from radical groups on trying to invest in the COVID pandemic impact to recruit some of the community members. These are, in general, we have been able to reach around 2,500 religious leaders since 2016 in Iraq, in capacity building programs and networking, and we're continuing with them with hope for a more sustainable human security in this country.
Thank you very much, Nadia, for sharing your experiences in Iraq. I think that will be very important for our discussions with the participants later. Now, I will invite Mr. Asif Ali Shirazi. He's the country director for Pakistan of Islamic Relief Worldwide to share his experiences. Mr. Shirazi, in your approach to working for human security, how does Islamic Relief build on the strengths it has and work to mitigate the challenges it faces?
And thank you very much for inviting me to this symposium. I'm working in Pakistan, which is a Muslim majority country. 98% is a Muslim population in Pakistan. And with the name Islamic, we enjoy a lot of acceptance among the communities. And this acceptance is, of course, with our name as well as our faith-driven values. And we enjoy acceptance and trust of the communities, and we use this as an advantage to reach to the cross-section of society with the transformative agenda. The other thing is, like, with our acceptance, we also work with a full dedication to humanitarian and development causes, which are supported by our faith-inspired values. Islamic Relief has created working spaces among different types of government to seek their support and complement their efforts. Islamic Relief has formed and strengthened community-based inclusive institutions which lead the process of prioritizing needs, issues, executing interventions, engaging with government, reviewing strategies of programming and its implementation, and leading on course correction measures. With this lead in the hand of community-based inclusive institution, Islamic Relief has addressed and addressing the issues of poverty, hunger, social cohesion, illiteracy, climate change, health, as well as the disaster management. I will give you the example of the recent mega floods in Pakistan, in which Islamic Relief started its response quite early, started on 3rd August, when even the disaster was not highlighted on the media. And one of the contribution that Islamic Relief has made because of our faith-inspired values were that we were seeing that the situation will going to be worse, and we decided to scale up our response. And the major challenge that was in the country at that time was the funding was not available. The donors were, there was a donor fatigue because of the global crisis like Ukraine. So when we were talking with the large humanitarian actors, they were saying is that the need is huge, but there is no funding. We took it as a challenge, and we decided that using our acceptance as well as our Muslim diaspora communities living in USA, in UK, as well as in Canada. So we started the scale up and launched the public appeal through our fundraising offices like USA, UK, Canada. And then Islamic Relief also influenced, because of its work of the flood, to have a disaster emergency committee appeal. It's a UK-based network of organizations who launched the joint appeal. So we influenced, and because of all the work that Islamic Relief was doing, so that appeal was launched, which helped us in highlighting this disaster. Otherwise, the disaster was not, these floods were not highlighted on the media, even they were not highlighted on the national media. So our faith-inspired values, as well as our strengths in the communities and our regular connections in the communities, we came to know in end of July that there's a big flood is happening, especially in the areas of Balochistan. So the one of the challenge which we faced during this mega scale up, in which Islamic Leaf served more than 1.2 million people. The challenge was to access the funding of some big institutional donors. The reason was that we were not their partner of choice, though the speed and scale of Islamic Leaf was far bigger than many of the big international actors, but we were not the partner of choice of some of the larger donors. So we faced this challenge, but this challenge was countered because of our public fundraising that was done in USA, that was done in UK from the Muslim diaspora community. So we are still struggling with the challenge because the flood is not over. It's a climate-induced disaster, and we don't know that what will be in 2023. And now there is a large challenge of recovery, rehabilitation, reconstruction, and of course the longer-term resilience, in which now Islamic Leaf, working with even UNDP and with the other UN organizations. So we are working also on the 4RF approach. We actively supported in through the information which we had from the communities in which we were working to various assessments and all of the frameworks. And but you know that the organizations like the faith-based actors in the countries like Pakistan, they really play an important role, especially as a first responder in these type of the situation. I'm stopping here because I've seen 1 minute, and I would like to try to be brief, short, and sweet.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Sterazi, for your sharing. We will now move into the community-based level experiences. And I have the honor to introduce Attorney Salma Pierce Rasul, who is the Program Director of the Philippines Center for Islam and Democracy. And also she's the Director for Islamic Law Studies at University of the Philippines Law Center. Ms. Attorney, as a lawyer, you have a particular set of tools and means to work for democracy and peace building. So how do you see and promote human security from your position?
Okay. Assalamu alaikum. Greetings of peace. From where I am, it's a few minutes past midnight. So I'm joining you from Cotabato City, where the Bangsamoro Autonomous Regional Government is located and is currently celebrating the 4th anniversary of its establishment. When you talk about human security concept, it emphasizes strengthening community resiliency as a way of protecting people from direct threats, which are severe and widespread, and enabling members of the community to attain their full potential. Essentially, it involves linking 3 critical and important freedoms: freedom from fear, freedom from want, and the freedom from indignity. Adopting a human security approach in addressing conflict and ensuring sustainable peace would thus necessitate the effective engagement of women. Our NGO, the Philippine Center for Islam and Democracy, recently supported the UN Women in advocating and promoting the Regional Plan of Action for the Women, Peace, and Security Agenda in Southeast Asia. The WPS, as it is embodied in UNSCR 1325, acknowledges the importance of women's full and equal participation in conflict resolution, peace building, peacekeeping, humanitarian response, and post-conflict reconstruction. Now, for the WPS ASEAN initiative, we conducted a series of consultations and awareness-raising activities with civil society organizations in key sectors, including faith-based organizations. These engagements resulted in partnerships and collaborations to sustain interest, bolster support in the regional plan of action. The plan was recently adopted by the ASEAN Ministerial Meeting last December 5. So let me share with you some key points from our experience in the WPS ASEAN as an example of seeing and doing human security in the region. Can we look at share the slides, please? There. Our NGO, we focus mostly on the Muslim community, which is located down south in Mindanao, and is always beset by conflict. We also work closely with the Muslim religious leaders, and our work started 2 decades ago in Mindanao and in areas where there are a significant Muslim populations. The community trust and confidence in the Muslim religious leaders are high. So we often push for the engagement of Muslim religious sector, especially in pushing for peace and sustainable development programs in the community. Next slide, please. So in the series of consultations we had undertaken specifically with faith-based organizations, these are the general findings. That women religious leaders are usually not afforded equal power with men when it comes to leadership in the religious hierarchy. Second point is that was raised by participants, the domestication of women as a promoted standard to be followed. So it precludes women from engaging in administrative and other decision-making work. And the privacy makes women vulnerable to domestic violence. A key point raised was the prevalence of interpretations of religious texts that are either outdated or disadvantageous to women. The harassment of women religious leaders was also pointed out by governments, and financial dependence of women on men disenfranchises and prevents them from being empowered as community leaders. Most participants also focus on the patriarchy, the hierarchy structures that hinder women's effective participation in key decision making, especially in issues that impact peace and security and causes violence against women. Now, the WPS strategy, unfortunately, is not present at the community level. And Indonesia have their own national action plans. So this lack of awareness and the decrease in funding support also exacerbates the issue of creating awareness and support for a plan of action that would involve women actively engaged in the peace processes, in peace building, in conflict and post-conflict environments. Now, the recommendations. I hope this would generate discussions among today's forum's participants. Increased participation of women in society and government, including providing capacity building in networking and communications. Of course, mainstreaming the WPS agenda across the 3 key ASEAN pillars. So you're talking about sociocultural, political, and economic pillars, and relevant sectoral bodies. So also looking at women, peace, and security as a matter and an issue that evolves and arises from a human rights framework. So we look at interreligious dialogue and theological approaches as a conduit to tackle feminist discourse in a theological sense. Looking at also issues of financial support, provide increasing financial support, food security, and other safety nets for empowerment of women. Next slide, please. So interfaith dialogue should reflect structure that would engage and promote building trust. Multiple complementary approach was often cited by participants that would expose and challenge interreligious or even secular thinking. Peace education was among the more common recommendations by most participants. When I talk about participants, this come from CSOs, faith-based organizations across Southeast Asia. So they pushed for and called for incorporating peace education as early as in the primary school levels, and to treat the matter as a human rights issues across all religions. So
Ms. Salma, if you could conclude now, because we need to go into others
yes.
and also to have
so
a discussion.
the PowerPoint will be shared to all the participants. So our interaction with the CSOs and faith-based organizations effectively drummed up enough support for the regional plan of action for WPS in ASEAN. And among the key provisions, if the participants in today's forum would look at the regional plan of action by visiting the ASEAN website, it incorporates CSO priorities, including the priorities and recommendations of faith-based organizations.
Okay, thank you very much. We will share the PowerPoint later so we can have more information. Still from a community-based perspective, I have the pleasure to introduce Mr. Nelson Ngale, who is the National Program Officer in the Peace Work Department of the Presbyterian Church in Cameroon. Mr. Ngale, you as an activist working to prevent conflict and promote human security with young people at local level, tell us about your approach and the particular importance of engaging people from an early age. You need to unmute yourself.
Oh, sorry about that. Thank you very much. It's a wonderful pleasure to have me here among great minds. Particularly, I'll be very, very specific as far as the Presbyterian Church in Cameroon is concerned. This is the church which has established itself since 1957 after gaining independence from the Basel missionary. And never has it been a time when the church has been challenged, I'm talking about 2016, where there was the outbreak of the Anglophone conflict, which pitted separatist movements against the state of Cameroon, requesting for a separate state, which by then was called the Southern Cameroons. And the church finds itself within this quagmire where the state is in constant exchange. We're talking gun battles between separatist leaders, separatist armed groups, and the security state forces. And we have the church, which is spread all over the 10 regions of Cameroon, particularly northwest and southwest regions, which form just 20% of the total population of Cameroon. And the church at this point in time is very challenged till beginning 2016, as we were tasked with the opportunity and also the challenge of working with young people who have been soaked in violence. We're talking here about gun violence, heightened kidnappings, heightened assassinations, court settling from both the security state armed groups and equally the separatist armed group, that is non-state armed groups. And the young people are caught up in between these fights, ongoing fights, which from 2016 up to date, the situation seems not to disappear. Young people still find themselves challenged with having decent jobs, having the opportunity to settle, make a life, or even a family for themselves. And the church at this point in time is very, very much challenged because we see young people who look up to the church as a veritable moral authority. that can come to its aid. And that's why the Presbyterian Church in Cameroon has taken it as an opportunity and also as a task to see how it can de-radicalize these populations, especially the youthful population, through its peace work department. I, for one, we are very much present in the field to see how we can make this de-radicalize these youths when it comes to issues of violent extremism and also issues of that push them to take up arms against the state. Here we're talking about how we can institute a culture of non-violence. We are driven by a culture of non-violence where we're able to teach young people how they can actually resolve their conflicts without necessarily resorting to outright violence, such as picking arms to redress their problems. And that's why we have instituted issues like we're talking about a community, a church community, the Presbyterian Church in Cameroon, of over 2 million Christians spread all over the national territory. And our work is not just limited to Presbyterians, but to every Cameroonian youth. And that is why we have set up what we call the Training of Trainers program for peace building and conflict transformation, where we are able to work with community, young people. We are able to bring them together and transform their minds, making them to understand the need to adopt non-violent approaches to resolving conflict. By these, we're able to set up community peace clubs, congregational peace clubs, where these people, these young people can come together, and through our expertise and guidance, we're able to lead them and make them understand the very rudiments that come along with non-violence. They have lived lives of hardship, lives of violence. We are talking about children who were born in 2016 and they have not been opportune to even see a car. I mean, I'm talking a vehicle pass before them because all the villages, the rural areas particularly, have been deserted due to ongoing exchanges between the government security forces and the non-state armed groups who are seeking for a complete separation or break away from the Republic of Cameroon. And this puts the church in a very challenging situation because we are able to come before them to preach, not just to preach the word, the gospel, but how far can we go beyond the gospel of not just telling that, yes, this is Christ is there to give you the assurance, Christ is there to lead you through, but how best can we prepare them for any eventual peace building process and post-conflict reconstruction? Some weeks back, the government has been talking, or beginning from 2017, the government has been insisting that they do not know who to dialogue with. We're talking about a process where the government is seeking for means to go get out of this conflict, this armed conflict plaguing the northwest and southwest region of Cameroon. And now they keep talking, they don't know who to dialogue with. But we are able now to create this platform, through these community peace clubs and community congregational peace clubs. Young people are able to come together, talk their difference, talk the things that plague them, and how best they can address them. And so we are hoping that through these community peace clubs, the government can readily see a platform to utilize young people and make them give their veritable challenges and how best the government can intervene. And that is why the church, we're talking about a situation where even the church has been attacked in several situations, where even the leader of the church, the Right Reverend Funky Samuel Foba, was even dragged to court and even arrested at some point by the government forces. And all this leaves people who look up to a leader who is like the one carrying the mantle, and then they see their leader be dragged to the court, reduced to some level of ridicule. And it all puts a dent to the work we do, but we cannot give up. That's why we keep on preaching and telling them that there is need, that irrespective of the grievances, we still think there are better ways we can address these problems without resorting to arms, without resorting to violence, where we have kidnappings, assassinations be on the rise. We are very, very pleased that our work has given us some leverage and has given us some results, that from 2020 up to this moment, there is some level of resettlements ongoing from those communities that young people had fled from due to this ongoing persistent violence between the separatists and the government forces. So with this our program, the Training of Trainers programs, the peace building process, it's an educational program where we keep de-radicalizing the minds of these young people and making them not to be a ready-made recruits for these non-armed groups, these are separatist armed groups for their hostilities to be launched against the state, the security forces. In a nutshell.
Can you please conclude, Mr. Ngale, because we need to.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you. So in a nutshell, that we are trying to make sure that that's why we have instituted peace education programs in our schools, not just in the Presbyterian schools, but schools of other denominations, where we have created these same peace clubs within the schools to help train the minds of young people right from the stage, from early stage, where they can be able to understand what comes with violence and the repercussions that violence can cause for their communities.
Okay. Thank you very much for your contribution, and it's important education, and we will take that back again in the discussions. We don't have any questions in the chat, but we have a comment. I suggest that you read that from Juliet Laurie about the importance of fighting global warming as part of the human security. Now, I want to welcome Mr. Peter Schlosser as a respondent to all these presentations we had from the global, national, and community-based level. He's the Vice President and Vice Provost of the Global Futures at the Arizona State University. Welcome, Mr. Schlosser. How you are known as a visionary around global futures grounded in scientific realities as relates to human security. Based on what you heard from the speakers now, what are the major threats that you see to global society?
Thank you for the invitation to speak here. It was actually very interesting and to hear the many aspects of that play into human security, from local to regional to global. I would like to come back to the global stage here, to the global setting, and give you my take on where the major issues are with respect to security for the planet and the people, the human security people are living on the planet. If we are looking at the world we live in today, we have to recognize that humankind has put multiple pressures on our life-supporting systems. And that endangers our planet and life on planet, including human security, in many ways. In a way, you can simplify it into two categories: societal and environmental. And naturally, they are highly interlinked. So societal choices actually have placed us into a precarious situation along many dimensions. We often talk about planetary boundaries, meaning we are reaching the limits of our planet to give us what we need, which naturally then leads to conflict, which naturally influences human security. And that often is actually framed in terms of reaching the environmental planetary boundaries. You have heard about that quite a bit. It is, in essence, extracting too much from the planet for our life. In a way, we made a choice that we want to live on a planet that's 10 times bigger than the one that we have. But why are we actually seeing these environmental planetary boundaries? It is the choices that we have made to live on a planet beyond the means that the planet affords us. So that then got us into a situation where we have to think about what are the ways forward from what right now is a strictly non-sustainable trajectory into the future to one that actually would leave options for the next generations to shape their future, to have choices for their life. In order to contemplate that, the Global Futures Laboratory organized and co-convened with the Earth League a conference in New York last September around the topics that we consider as the 10 most important, the so-called 10 must-have actions that we need to get onto a trajectory that is more positive and leaves hope for the future. And I just read a few of them that relate most closely to the topic of this symposium. So they include stability and peace for a global society. Without societal stability, nobody cares about the environment, and the environmental pressure will be stronger, and we will actually increase the pressure, and the risk to human security will be increased. A resilient global society. healthy planet for human well-being. We have to, if we want to live securely, and if we want to live in a decent level of well-being, we have to make sure that our planet stays healthy. Healthy and secure food for the global population. Food security clearly, or insecurity, can lead to the fact that people actually have to leave the places in which they live. Equitable access to responsible consumption for all. The inequalities that we have on many levels, and we heard about that, are a major threat to human security from local to global scales. Final one I pick here is safe digital world providing for security, equity, and education. We have to make sure that the messages about what is the planet we live on, which world are we living on, and how can we actually put that into the future in a way that leaves options for the next generation, that needs education. It actually needs lifelong learning. It's not just enough to have college education. We also present every year the 10 new insights in climate science. And I just pick a few to move towards the end of my presentation, a few of these topics, because one of them is directly related to what we are discussing in this symposium. It is human security requires climate security. Another one is questioning the myth of endless adaptation, telling us we cannot simply adapt to climate change. We really have to take action to prevent certain levels. Otherwise, we cannot adapt anymore. Climate mobility, from evidence to anticipatory action. If we are not careful with how we deal with the environment on our planet, we will have a lot of environmental refugees, which is, again, a threat to human security. So, to sum them up, where are we as a global society? The question really is, we have to understand what is happening around us. A lot of work is going into that. We have a lot of insight. We know a lot of the means to move forward and to get onto a better way towards a safe and secure future, including security for humans. What is needed is what I often call understanding the quote-unquote societal will. How are we making decisions? Why are we making decisions? What drives our decisions? What are the value systems, including faith-based value systems, but also political value systems? How long are they persisting? How can they be broken? How can we incentivize people to make choices that are different from the ones that got us into that precarious situation where we have an increased number of crises on many fronts, from societal to environmental, and the feedback loops between them? So it's really, the hope is that we in principle know what to do. The urgency is that we take these means and apply them. So it's really up to us to make the right choices for a future in which human security would be secured. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Peter. That's also summarized somehow some recommendations and approaches that we need to have as humanity, as different organizations, being community-based, national-based, or global-based in terms of promoting and realizing human security. We have heard interesting perspectives and experiences from the different officers and practitioners on human security. As I mentioned also in the beginning, sometimes there are different connotation, interpretations, and also understanding on human security that are associated with that. But in these sessions, I believe that we heard a complementary perspective on the topic, from legal and from moral frameworks to practical actions oriented to promote human dignity at all levels. And it's obvious that any actions oriented to promote human security has different nuances depending on the context and the actors engaged in that process. We heard about also the importance of understanding the different complexities and alternatives for some different languages as well. We heard about the stakeholder engagement. We talk about how this is connected with addressing inequalities, and also the experiences from faith-based organizations and the role of religion to be in strategic dimensions to be taken by the different actors. So we are basically to the hour to conclude our. But before that, I would like to have a round with all the speakers in 30 seconds. If you could say what is critical to realize human security, just to keep that to the audience and to the participants, so that we can build up more on that when we will be preparing the documentation of this important session connected with the wider seminar. I will maybe start by Nadia. You need to unmute yourself, please.
Sorry. Thank you. Actually, what we miss maybe in Iraq specifically is a little bit of the national approach. We're very successful at the local level. It was very hard to reach the national level, where we're seeking to have a national policy on working with religious leaders, on advancing human security. So linking the success and bottom-up approach and having this national policy that would advance the agenda.
Thank you very much. Asif?
Yes, I think the most important thing is partnerships and working together, because the challenges, especially the climate change related challenges which Pakistan is suffering at the moment, it's not a job of one organization or one entity or only a government. So the most important thing is the partnership. And some of them, one of the most important learning is that we also need to do some basic work, which we used to do back in 90s and in 2000. So partnerships and go to the basics.
Okay, thank you very much. I do not know if Attorney Salma is still with us, but now Nelson Gali, can you share with us your perspective?
Yeah, thank you once more. From our perspective as young people, working with young people, the cry right now is for a return to normalcy. We have young people who are gradually leaving the bushes, and they are denouncing the separatist movements, and they want to live just a normal life. And if you were just very keen a few days ago or a day ago, there was an announced peace truce to be led by the Canadian Foreign Ministry, and this news did not really come down well for the state of Cameroon. So we are hoping that the government will heed to dialogue, and so that we can take out these youths who are ready to look forward and look at the bigger picture of building a more secure community for themselves. The way forward is for dialogue to take place in the Republic of Cameroon, for the young people to excel in every facet of their lives.
Thank you very much. Ms. Mustafabi?
Well, I have to agree with all that's been said. Maybe one element that I could bring in is, as it was mentioned, definitely looking at the challenges and accepting that they are complex, and therefore the partnerships also will need to be commensurate with whatever the challenge is. And I think some of the challenges are sort of dealt with at the horizontal level, so that is across sectors and groups. And there you can find out that, what sort of people you bring in the table, it is extremely important. And then some are really vertical, and that is from the local to the global and vice versa. The global challenges cannot be dealt with at the local level, and the local challenges cannot be dealt with at the global level, and the national and regional. And each of us, I think, have a role to play. And therefore, I would sort of maybe end with underscoring what Peter Schlosser said, which is that there has to be a will, there has to be a societal will for the importance of human security. And I think with that, partnerships and the right configurations will come about.
Thank you very much. Dr. White.
Yes, I would focus on mobilizing the grassroots and interfaith organizations at the community level. Violence, after all, like politics, is local. It's not a security framework up in the air. So paying attention to historically marginalized groups, particularly indigenous groups closer to the earth, and women who have been historically marginalized and face systemic violence. And lastly, focus on the science of violence prevention, not just vague notions of peace. There's a lot of history and development on how spirituality is an antidote to anxiety, depression, and violence. So let's be data-driven. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And finally, Professor Ellis.
Well, thank you all so much for such a rich dialogue. Human security must become a unifying paradigm for global security. It must be able to address ecocide, femicide, and genocide, as well as facticide. So I loved learning those new phrases. Thank you. And I'd like to finish with a couplet from one of our partners, because partnership is absolutely key. Francois Tade from Learning Planet. We need to empathize and planetize, vocalize, truly democratize, move from planet I to planet we. And we're so thrilled to be partnering with the UN and the World Academy of Art and Science on the new Human Security for All movement. Thank you all so much.
Thank you very much to all of you. We are closing this session. I thank all the speakers for your insights, your contributions, and I hope that we will be able to work together based on the experiences and also the recommendations that you are giving to not only faith-based actors, but for the entire humanity, the multilateral system. And now I would like to hand over to my friend, Audrey Katagi, that we will deal with the next session. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you all.
Thank you so much, Rilmar. And hello and welcome, everyone. I will be moderating this key learning session, and this symposium has really allowed us the opportunity to see the multi-perspectival views of the presenters, which helps us to really appreciate the complexities and challenges involved in human security and planetary sustainability. There really is no question that our leading guiding institutions, such as the United Nations, faith-based organizations, and member states are really working quite hard to address the many challenges to our security and planetary sustainability. It is heartening to really hear powerful words from our high-level speakers who help to reinforce the importance of our human solidarity and acknowledging the essential role of women and having gender equality, and the all-important aspect that communities of faith don't just reach heads but hearts. And the ultimate question posed by Priestess Beatrice was, where is the power? Her answer, in the people. That means everyone, as we increasingly see the power and mobilization of civil society to create that tipping point for global transformation. And each and every person tuning into this broadcast, as well as all of the panelists, we are all the individuals that comprise civil society. And in the framing of human security, we have been reminded to understand that as humans, we have the potential for enlightened consciousness, and that we must be less transactional and more transformational. And most importantly, we must see one another with love, because that is how God sees us. And in the seeing and doing human security, we have heard specific examples of the important work taking place on the ground by faith communities and the different nuances that are involved depending on the context in which they are engaged. And we must always be mindful of the context of people's lives from country to country and place to place. Our key learnings panel has also been very important, and today we are going to be very privileged to hear from those who have studied the work of the United Nations, the European Union, and grassroots faith communities on the ground. In academia, I am privileged to call upon our first speaker, Dr. P.L. De Silva, who will bring to us his expertise on the UN Security Council, that we may understand its importance in securing human security and peace. Further, he will share his perspectives on the importance of faith-based organizations in supporting the work of the UN. Dr. De Silva has been a dear friend of mine for many years, and I am very privileged to now have the opportunity to turn the floor over to you, Dr. De Silva.
Thank you, Audrey, and thank you very much, Levy, for inviting me to speak today. I'll be speaking about the UN Security Council, international security, and human security, the interrelations, and then looking at it also from a faith-based paradigm. So the United Nations Security Council is the principal organ within the United Nations system that is mandated under the tenets of the UN Charter for maintaining international peace and security. The focus here is to prevent and resolve international conflicts and disputes using diplomatic means and leverage, as well as international treaties and laws that protect human rights and govern the rules of war. In this regard, the UN Security Council helps to maintain a balance of power between belligerents, working towards de-escalation of hostilities. Russia's unlawful war of aggression against the sovereign nation state of Ukraine shows in stark contrast the limitations of the UN Security Council. In other words, today, one of the 5 great powers that make up the UN Security Council's P5 permanent members is a principal belligerent, transgressing the laws of war and committing crimes against humanity, war crimes, and other gross violations of humanitarian law, bordering on genocide against peoples and their inalienable culture, not to mention freedom. In more general terms, in the long decades since the end of World War II, the UN Security Council has been able to deal more or less successfully with threats to peace and security in many countries, despite the vagaries of the Cold War, proxy wars, civil wars, military coup d'etat, ethnic conflicts, Islamist insurgencies, and terrorist attacks in the global north and global south alike, as well as global insecurity resulting from weapons of mass destruction and the specter of nuclear war, mutually assured destruction. Among its arsenal, the UN Security Council has the mandate to impose draconian economic sanctions and authorize military intervention under Chapter 6 and Chapter 7 of the UN Charter. The veto power enjoyed by each of the 5 permanent UN Security Council members negates such measures, as in the case of Russia today in Ukraine. Regarding human security, the UN Security Council is mandated to promote international cooperation and respect for human rights, using all avenues under international law, working in tandem with other international bodies such as the International Criminal Court in The Hague, to ensure that perpetrators are held to account and prosecuted to the full extent of the law for crimes against humanity, atrocity crimes, war crimes, etc. The UN Security Council also works with the UN Refugee Agency, UNHCR, and UN Migration, IOM, to provide humanitarian assistance, basic needs, and security to protect millions of vulnerable peoples, women, girls, boys, the elderly, disabled, and men, many of whom are legally identified as refugees or internally displaced persons, IDPs. International laws, however, are yet to be agreed upon to protect climate refugees, which is a pressing issue of great import. The reason that Mr. Putin's war of aggression in Ukraine has caused such consternation within the UN Security Council is because the Security Council is an essential cog in the international security system, and having it fail so spectacularly does not bode well for human security. The UN Security Council is the only organ within the UN system with the mandate, authority, and frankly, gravitas to take collective action to counter international security threats and maintain peace and security. The UN Security Council's inability to do so in Ukraine does not augur well, and any further weakening of its mandate could indeed lead to a third world war with catastrophic consequences for humanity. The UN Security Council's decisions or non-decisions have an enormous impact on human security, as it can and does shape the international security environment. Most importantly, it reinforces in a positive fashion negation of the misconduct of rogue UN member states, authoritarian regimes, and non-state armed groups. Moving on to human security. The United Nations Development Programme, UNDP, defines human security, and I quote, as protecting the vital core of all human lives in ways that enhance human freedoms and human fulfillment, unquote. It is a methodology to comprehend and act upon international security-related vulnerabilities involving the safety of non-combatant communities and individuals, as opposed to the security of nation states and protecting state borders from invasion, as in the case of Ukraine today. Conceptually, human security advocates for protection from existential threats: hunger, which is famine, disease, pandemics, Ebola, tyranny, authoritarian regimes, war, armed conflict, genocide, torture, unjust incarceration, forced migration, displacement as a result of conflict, climate change, etc. Human security, in fact, is a broad concept that takes into consideration economic, social, cultural conditions, and environmental safety and well-being of peoples. It covers a wide gamut of security issues from physical, food, economic, health, environment, community, and individual protection, and to political freedom. For the UN Security Council to be truly successful in implementing its mandate to maintain international peace and security, it must counter and overcome the manifold vicissitudes and challenges threatening international security and human security. Anything less would be to fall short of fulfilling its singularly unique mandate. How can we support the seminal work of the UN Security Council? Faith-based non-governmental organizations and religious orders have a unique mandate and responsibility to protect the faithful, and it has been argued forcefully by the Secretary General of Religions of Peace, Professor Azza Karam, that multi-faith action can literally move mountains. And hence, the power of faith-based NGOs and religious orders must be gathered as a potent force to speak and act in one voice to support the UN Security Council in its quest to maintain global peace and security and protect human rights. What is the problem with this equation? Human beings are notoriously short-sighted, selfish, corrupt, and egocentric. Be they international civil servants, policymakers, or religious and faith leaders. The UN Security Council's mostly secular bureaucrats appear to be more interested in working with countries with the greatest geostrategic influence and entities with the deepest pockets, such as those that attend the World Economic Forum in Davos, rather than with the well-intentioned faith-based NGOs and religious orders. On the flip side, leaders of faith-based NGOs and religious communities are more interested in doing their own thing, serving their own self-interests, their own communities, their own organizations and institutions, as opposed to working together in unison to support the UN Security Council to maintain international peace and security and protect human security. In fact, Russian Orthodox Patriarch of Moscow, Kirill, is a staunch supporter of Mr. Putin's illegal war of aggression in Ukraine, which is an extreme case. Just wars, supported by religious leaders, simply beggars belief. While the UN Security Council, in its hubris and self-importance, tends to discount the long-standing power of faith-based NGOs and religious orders, certain UN member states are paying serious attention and engaging through them through national security bodies, ministries of the interior, and officially mandated local faith-based entities in, you know, the list of the countries: the United Arab Emirates, the Kingdom of Saudi Arabia, Bahrain, Qatar, Germany, the United Kingdom, Italy, Finland, the United States of America, India, and most recently, Israel, among others. Millions of dollars are spent per annum to attract pliant, faith-based NGO and religious leaders, have them fettered and made to feel important. What is the quid pro quo? It is a gray area that needs much more scrutiny, regulation, and oversight. Undoubtedly, the UN Security Council and progressive faith-based NGOs and religious orders must work together for international peace and security. Nevertheless, as the old proverb goes, you can take a horse to water, but you cannot make it drink. For real change to happen, trust and respect is a must, where the UN Security Council overcomes its prejudices and draws on the collective power of diverse faith leaders who are genuinely committed with a track record to seeking to secure peaceful coexistence in serious fashion, with all parties willing to listen to each other and work together for the greater common good. Humanity is at a tipping point, especially in the context of climate change, which is exacerbated by large, medium, and small-scale wars and armed conflicts, and global public health crises such as COVID-19. Investing in renewables as opposed to polluting fossil fuels and significantly changing how we, especially in the global north, maintain our economies, consumption patterns, and livelihoods is the pragmatic choice. We seem hell-bent, however, on doing the exact opposite, while paying lip service and pretending that we are doing good. There are many examples. Germany recently decided to demolish an abandoned village and restart coal mining, while at the same time arresting Greta Thunberg, the young doyen of the environmental movement, who was among many peaceful protesters. In fact, Exxon's scientists presented extremely accurate climate models internally that predicted global warming in the 1970s. When are we going to wake up and heed our collectively lived experiences and save humanity and the planet in the process? Thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. De Silva, for a very challenging expose for all of us to take heed of. Thank you so much. Our next speaker will be by way of a pre-recorded video from Dr. Elizabeta Kitanovic, and she will share the significant work which is being undertaken by the European Union and faith communities in addressing the threat of terrorism and what specific steps are being undertaken to address this serious challenge to our well-being. Could we please play the video?
Hello and greetings from Brussels, from the Conference of European Churches. My name is Dr. Elizabeta Kitanovic, and unfortunately, I won't be able to be with you today lively in New York, but this is an opportunity to address this very distinguished audience with the leadership of Audrey Kitagwa as the moderator of this session, and to offer insights about human security and the very insightful project that actually as Conference of European Churches we are currently engaged of. Due to many very terrorist attacks which happen in Europe and the world, like in London, in Madrid, in Brussels, from where I come from, we have seen in the past few years that many people got killed in the public sphere. And they didn't know very well, how to protect themselves, because these terrorist attacks, actually, no one knew when they are going to take place. neither how and when the lonely wolves are going to appear. Therefore, European Commission has organized one working group and invited representatives of churches and religious communities, philosophical and non-confessional organizations to discuss security of the worship places within the project of security of the public spaces. And what does that mean? Security for everyone is very crucial. And of course, it is important that we know a little bit about this, because we wish all of us as human beings to feel that we are in peace. Sometimes talking too much about security makes us also insecure, and we try to avoid that topics. But, for example, on the level of the European Union, because there were so many terrorist attacks on the European soil, it was important for the European Commission to help to religious communities to equip themselves with a basic knowledge and literacy on security and crisis management. 2 years ago, we have created a consortium which has 4 members. This is the European Jewish Congress, Faith Matters, which is Muslim organization, European Buddhist Union, as well as Conference of European Churches. And for the first time since European Union exists for the most of 70 years, first time European religious organization came together because they were having common concern which related to the human security, to the security of people, of the worship places, of religious community, religious leadership, followers, and people who are active in the communities, and discuss how better they can protect themselves. We have, in this regard, produced some publications that I will just present you briefly, because the time it's we don't have too much time. One of them is the guide for the leadership for people who are taking decisions how to protect their own communities. Another one is guide for the worshippers and people who are going to come to the church or worship place or the temple, and in case that something happened, like a terrorist attack or any sort of attack, that they know how to protect themselves best. And another document that we have produced, it is a guide for law enforcement, and that means that many times we have been talking in many fora with religious leaders that there is a lack of religious literacy for law enforcement, for judges, for lawyers, for police forces, and so on, how they should behave in religious communities. In the meantime, the value of this project was that enormously we came close to each other. We have learned from each other. We have learned that also Muslim communities and Jewish communities and Buddhist communities and Christian communities are attacked, and also that all religious leaders from these religious communities are facing with the same issue, how to take the best decision to protect their own community and the worship places. Therefore, we have actually provided to discuss, let's say, human safety and to ensure human security of people in the communities, basic training. What does it mean when crises happen in the religious communities? What and how communities should function during that time. And that means, for example, that each community needs to build, before something happens, good relationship with their neighbors. For example, with the police officers in the neighborhood, with the mayor in that quartier, with doctors from emergency in that also area, but also, for example, with the fire brigade around, with the media, with psychologists, with PR service of the community, as well with the IT support of the community and so on. Because sometimes we don't know quite when there is a panic, what to do, how to continue, and in that case, if we are very well equipped, and this is what this material is talking about, can help us to save lives. So therefore, I would invite you to look at the website saske.eu. This material is translated in 50 languages. You can find all of this maybe in your own language in the audience that you are monitoring and watching this conference, and inform yourself what would be the good practice to protect your own community. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much, Elisabetta Kitanovic. Our final speaker is Ruby Khalifa from Indonesia. She again makes the call to all of us to recognize the importance of incorporating women of faith in community-based as well as global stages. Can we please play her video?
Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening to all of you. My name is Ruby Khalifa. I am the Secretary General of the Asian Muslim Action Network. Our organization has been a great supporter for the new emerging movement on women ulama in Indonesia, called KUPI, since 2017. In November 2022, we co-hosted the second Congress of the Indonesia Women Ulama with some organization, Fahmina, Rahima, Gusdurian, Alimat, and supported by 275 organizations across islands. The second Congress of KUPI was attended by 1,600 women ulama from 32 countries, including some policymakers and donor agencies. They released fatwa or religious opinion about the need of the protection of women from the dangers of female genital mutilation, pregnancy due to rape case, forced marriage, violent extremism, and environmental degradation. In the last 5 years, the new emerging movement called KUPI has been a game changer for policy advocacy. Under the umbrella of KUPI, which consists of male and female religious leaders supporting gender equality and women empowerment, they are proactively engaged in the parliament to promote progressive views of Islamic teaching on women's rights and the need for state to support long-term rehabilitation for victims of sexual gender-based violence. One of the remarkable contribution of women ulama was the passing of sexual violence crime law and also the increasing of marriage age from 16 to 19 years old. Currently, the women ulama movement in Indonesia is preparing for another action to push our parliament to pass the new law on the protection of domestic workers. Friends, ladies and gentlemen, what are the key learning that we could draw from this experience of women ulama movement related to our topic today, securing people's well-being and planetary sustainability? Firstly, in defining women's security and well-being, religious leaders and actors must consider women's experiences as authoritative knowledge because they are real, unique, and diverse. Unlike men, women experience gender inequality in our patriarchal society, as well as carrying out reproductive roles that bring different consequences. Therefore, the meaning of security and well-being should not be defined or interpreted without the presence of women experience and knowledge. Secondly, the methodology of reading religious texts must involve women experience and international human rights framework to show the commonality of universal religious values and human rights principle. The methodology also must be documented and popularized among Islamic scholars, women activists, students, and public audiences so they can learn how to argue using religious perspective. And thirdly, religious leaders must work together with different groups like NGO, women organization, feminist group, perhaps Islamic university, faith-based communities, youth groups, government institution, parliament, etc., to create a collective movement in promoting women's friendly religious interpretation and to engage directly into policy advocacy, public awareness, and also working directly with the victim of sexual gender-based violence. The collaborative works will create an effective learning exchange among the actors, as well as create transformation from within in various Islamic institutions, such as Islamic State University, Islamic boarding schools, madrasah, mass organization, and also including Islamic political parties. Thank you for inviting me to speak in this symposium. Thank you so much.
Thank you to all of our speakers today. We are very short on time, however, and we only have one live panelist here. So I'm going to turn to Dr. De Silva again. Dr. De Silva, going into the question and answer period very briefly, could you tell us the most important message that you would like us to take home with all of us today and remember about what you shared? Dr. De Silva.
Right.
1 minute.
So I think the reason that I wrote this paper is that it's very important for us to understand that the United Nations, despite all its trappings of power, is still held hostage by its member states. And when a permanent Security Council member goes off the rails, like what the Russians have done, it damages the United Nations Security Council tremendously. And that has a knock-on effect with regard to international security, as well as human security, which we have been discussing, in this symposium. So if we are to make a difference, we as faith-based communities need to get our act together, not get enticed by various UN member states by getting, all the money and the glory is not really the main thing, that we need to get our act together, and that, human security and international security are truly very important for us. It's an existential thing. And we definitely need to take climate change into account. So it's that whole mix of things, and it's a call for the religious, the faith-based NGOs and religious leaders to actually take heed and not be led astray, but to get back onto the straight path and engage with the only august body that we have to maintain international peace and security and protect human security.
Thank you so much, Dr. De Silva. And we have run out of time right now, but I want to thank all of our speakers for their perspectives. And I wish to express my gratitude to the organizers of this symposium and the many distinguished speakers for sharing your important points of view. Thank you very much.
And thank you, Audrey, for moderating a session in the penultimate hour of a 5-hour-long symposium. For those of you who are still online, who are on live stream, and for those of you who are at Studio Hub, thank you very much for laboring with us this long. We have heard many thoughts. We've raised many questions, and yet as we get to the concluding section, far more questions beg to be raised. You're going to raise more questions, are you not, Ganoon and Jonathan? So welcome back to the concluding session of this symposium. We'll hear key ideas proceeding from the key learnings about what needs to be done next. Taking into account the wealth of knowledge already shared in the symposium by 27 speakers. You were not counting, but by the time we're done, we will have heard 30 people make direct intervention in this 5-hour session. And my colleague, Nika, is moderating this session again with me. And so I turn the mic to you.
Thank you so much. I really appreciate it. And I just want to say what a great day, and maybe evening and night for many others and others who will join and watch this online, because I'm sure many are all now sleeping. But anyway, thank you so much. And I'm so pleased to say I'm going to actually making it as short as possible because I want to give time to Mr. Jonathan Granoff, who came to me and said, I have been sitting here 5 hours. Do you want me to making it 5 minutes? I said, no, you have 6 minutes. So Mr. Jonathan Granoff, who is the Senior Advisor and Representative to the United Nations of the Permanent Secretariat of the World Summit of Nobel Peace Laureate. So the floor is yours.
Thank you so much. And we're at a moment in history in which ideas really matter. Think of it like the 1640s, when Central Europe was a bloodbath over religious violence. And the idea of the nation state was a very powerful idea. And we're now living with that horse and buggy road that was created in the 17th century to deal with the 17th century problem. It's something we created. We created the state to protect people. Albert Einstein said, the unleashed power of the atom has changed everything save our thinking, and we drift toward unparalleled catastrophe. The new thinking that we need today is based on planetary realism. No nation, no military can protect the phytoplankton, which is 50 to 70% of our oxygen. No nation, no group of nations can beat a pandemic because the pandemic's smarter than we are. It doesn't have a passport. It just kind of moves as it wants to. No nation or group of nations alone can protect the climate, and the list goes on. Because since Einstein's statement, technology and science has accelerated the human impact on the natural world, putting the regenerative processes of nature at risk. Secretary General recently said, we are at war with nature. You can have plan A and plan B, but you can't have planet B. And we can't win a war with nature. And the same issues that can solve the war with nature, in which we have to surrender to her, the same issues are the same issues that can stop the wars amongst nations, which is identifying the reality of our moment in history in which the admonition of the wise since time immemorial to see the human family as one has now become a practical necessity. But we're still dealing with this horse and buggy road. To quote Joe Biden, President of the United States, he once said, don't tell me your values, show me your budget. Since 2000, the world's major powers really, and the US being a major one in this endeavor, has spent in excess of $32 trillion. That's an unimaginably large amount of money to pursue security through military means. And I would say a bigger cost even than that theft from the poor, theft from children who are hungry, theft from a mother who has to decide which one of her children is going to live tomorrow and have enough to eat, and which one won't live. Theft from the future is the institutionalization of adversity. Based on what? An idea of the 17th century. An idea, a thing. An idea is a thing. Make it clear. And the nuclear arsenals are the most absurd expression of that. That's why at every single summit of the Nobel Peace Laureates, there has been a call for commencing negotiations on the elimination of nuclear weapons, the greatest threat that we face. By accident, design, or madness, they could be used. By accident, design, or madness, as long as they exist, they will be used. And that's why every summit of Nobel Peace Laureates has said that's a priority issue. But what are we doing? In my country and in the other 8 nuclear weapons countries, they're either modernizing, expanding, and making the weapons more usable in doctrine, in fact. But the language is so interesting. In the United States, we are making the weapons, and I quote, safe, secure, and reliable. Well, now they're making a lot of, not the nuclear weapons, we're already smart. He's pointing out, smart, that's other weapons. The nukes were all, they figured the nukes were all, but safe, secure, and reliable. I would suggest it would be a fantastic idea if we decided to spend as much money making people safe, secure, and reliable. Now, one of the most inspiring of the Nobel Peace Laureates that has ever existed was Mikhail Gorbachev, may he rest in peace. And in a letter he wrote just before he passed away, he said, oh, and he was the inspiring genius who decided to create a summit of Nobel laureates so that they would synthesize their perspectives. And it was really interesting to see the Dalai Lama and Lech Walesa negotiate on text. Just sort of like imagine that. But they're all value-driven people who put their lives on the line for peace. It was not that difficult for them to come up with consensus documents. And I recommend going to a website of the World Summit of Nobel Laureates and reading their final statements. But this is President Gorbachev said, want us to conclude it is necessary to rethink our concept of security itself. Up until now, it has been envisioned mostly in military terms. Little has changed in this regard after the end of the Cold War. The priority must now be given to human security. It means, above all, providing food, water, and a clean environment, and caring for people and people's health. This should be the responsibility of governments and leaders of all levels. Well, certainly the level of people who are concerned with the well-being of their flocks, the well-being of souls, must be concerned with these issues, because these are moral issues. Why are they moral issues? Because since time immemorial, the wise have told us that the human family is one. Literally in the Upanishads, it says the world is one family. I love this admonition from a 13th century Sufi poet, Sadi, who said, the human family is one body with many parts, creations arising from one unseen essence. Any harm to any part summons an awakening, a disease, and a healing response from all parts. You who fail to feel the pain of others, can you call yourself truly human? So this admonition of the wise, since we have recorded history and its ethical articulation in the Golden Rule, interestingly today is a practical necessity. That's our moment in time. The moral, spiritual principle has now become a practical necessity. That wasn't the case. Treat your neighbor as yourself was literally at the time, probably people were thinking their physical neighborhood, but today neighborhood is a moral location, and our moral obligation is not just to the whole planet, because we're impacting the whole planet, but it also goes into the future. We have a moral obligation to future generations and not to steal the planet from them for our own selfish purposes. So the Nobel Peace Laureates said in 2013 at a summit in Warsaw, Poland, there are universal values that are found in every tradition and religion. When these values are honored, stability and justice are the consequence. And when they are ignored, instability, conflict, and tyranny occur. Many cultures teach that we should treat others as we wish to be treated. This is the essence of human solidarity. Treat everyone, individuals, communities, and nations, and I would add religions, based on the Golden Rule. Religions should treat other religions as they want to be treated. What a fantastic idea that is. When I can continue the quote of the laureates. That was my comment. When nations work for common goals, great good can be achieved. Sustainable and inclusive development, security, and human rights are interdependent. There is no option for failure when addressing the common threats posed by a destabilized climate, polluted oceans, denuded forests, violent conflicts, nuclear, biological, chemical weapons, and war. Succeeding in eliminating these threats will achieve global common goods of the highest value. Failure to do so will impact the lives of every individual in every country This truth must inform our understanding that human solidarity is a necessity. There can be no national security without shared human security. There can be no national security without shared global human security. And that's why the endeavor of human security for all at this UN campaign is so important, because it is highlighting this concept that the Nobel Peace Laureates and the wise since time immemorial have identified so very clearly. In the most recent summit of the laureates, which they recently had in South Korea, they ended their statement saying, "We are convinced that in its efforts to promote human security," this is the most recent one, "the world must return to a rules-based international order that echoes the previous professor's statement that 1, prohibits the use of armed force for the achievement of national objectives. 2, ensures global cooperation in combating climate change, protecting the environment. 3, eliminates nuclear weapons. 4, promotes human and gender rights and advances human freedoms, and that improves human well-being through the implementation of the Sustainable Development Goals." And I'm going to conclude on the Sustainable Development Goals point, which is that they are all integrated. You cannot have gender equity if you destroy the climate, because there's no place to have it. And you can't have human rights and fundamental freedoms unless you eliminate corruption and have good governance. Just can't have it. All of these sustainable development goals are not siloed. They're all integrated, like the human body. I recall in my lifetime, 40 years ago, and I am that old, if you went to a doctor with a stomach ache, he might just give you a pill and just say, "Here, take this. It'll make your stomach feel better." Today, any decent doctor is going to say, "What do you eat? How do you sleep? What's your job? Do you get exercise? How's your family?" Because we as human beings are integral whole creatures, and the body politic is the same thing. And human security is the integrating principle for the moment. Its articulation amongst nations is common security. That's the way we have to deal with multilateralism. And I'm going to end with one simple thought. If you forget everything I said, don't forget this. Love people, use things. Don't love things and use people. Human security is a tool for applying this principle. Political organizations, states, nations, UN, religions, our ideas, are things. They're not eternal. But the secret of the human being, the repository of the treasure of the spirit of the divine, is different. The spirit of the divine knowing itself. And in this vast infinite universe that we've now been able to see and measure, we know that in this little tiny community that we live in, there is this potential for divine love. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Granoff. Thank you, Jonathan, for your concluding remarks by way of powerful, inspiring words. We now move on to Dr. Ganun Diop, who together with Aza and Rudelmar, who I may not be, concocted this idea some 9 years ago. And it has now blossomed to what we have today, 9 years later. And so perhaps Ganun can gestalt a little bit of that history and then his own concluding remarks. Your own take, sir, please.
Much. I realize that this symposium will end at 1:30, right? That's so, which means I have about 20 minutes for my speech. No. Well, thank you very much to everyone from the first speaker to now. Thank you for your inspiring words. These concluding remarks that I would like to share briefly, and I will respect the time allocated to me, I entitled it Key Findings Regarding a Comprehensive Human Security, Envisioning and Building a Better Future. Now, when it comes to the epoch-defining awareness of the urgency and imperative to address the overarching global issue of human security, the human family needs an unprecedented mobilization for a comprehensive approach and plans of multidimensional actions to secure our survival, well-being, comprehensive health, freedom, and peace. Even a cursory popular search on human security reveals the following. I quote, "Human security means protecting fundamental freedoms, freedoms that are essential to life. It means protecting people from critical, severe, and pervasive widespread threats and situations. Human security integrates 3 freedoms, and this has been said, and therefore appropriate to repeat in this concluding remark. Freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom from indignity." Now, closer to our context, one could add the following, and I quote the United Nations Trust Fund for Human Security. I quote, "As noted in the General Assembly Resolution 66-90, human security is an approach to assist member states in identifying and addressing widespread and cross-cutting challenges to the survival, livelihood, and dignity of their people. It calls for," I continue the quote now, "people-centered, comprehensive, context-specific, and prevention-oriented responses that strengthen the protection and empowerment of all people." Now, nearly every area of human experience is connected to the undergirding issue of human security. The list of areas related to human security is broad but specific. Levi mentioned several of them earlier, and you did not mean to be exhaustive. Therefore, you just quote some of them. Here I have food security, you mentioned, water security, economic security, health security, gender security, environmental security, ecological security, and digital and cyber security. Now, these are concrete domains of human existence and experience. It is not about merely far-fetched speculations on possible collisions of asteroids. We are talking about issues, events, beliefs, and practices that affect people's lives in a negative, harmful, and damaging way. From threat to personal security, to collective predicaments, to regional, national rifts in human solidarity, to needed global security. Human security is, in fact, a lens through which to look at various aspects of human experience. Of course, examples related to human security range from the dumping of toxic waste in so-called poor regions of the world, to wars of annexations, conquests, subjugations, human trafficking, and genocide. Our era has been called, as a matter of fact, I quote now, the age of insecurity. And this is because of the multiple recent crises that have challenged the well-being of literally billions of people. And I'm quoting from a recent contribution to our topic, the following analysis, and this is from Pranab Bardhan, calling his recent contribution in a book called A World of Insecurity. So I quote, "The pandemic was, of course, only one of the many things that heightened our anxieties in this age of insecurity. Over the last 2 decades, the world has been subject to many traumatic events. International terrorism, civil wars, with all the destruction and exodus of refugees, the financial crisis of 2007 to 2009, the debt and currency crisis, particularly in Europe and Latin America, stringent but wrenching austerity policies, deep slumps in many economies, large-scale job loss, technological disruptions, creeping authoritarianism, and ethno-nationalistic excesses the increasing incidence of natural disaster, probably attributable to ongoing climate change. He continues, agroecological distress, mass dislocations, and a series of epidemics, COVID-19 being the latest. All of this has dangerously exposed the fragility and insecurity of the lives and livelihoods of billions of ordinary people. This has been particularly acute in developing countries where numerous people live a hand-to-mouth existence, even in the best of times, with very little in the form of social insurance or feasible alternative ways to live. It may be perceived as a coincidence, but not for us, organizers of a symposium every year over the past 9 years. In fact, every thematic, the 8 previous symposiums since we partnered with UN agencies, and I would like to recognize as a significant work to connect us here. With UN agencies, every thematic from the beginning has a connection with human security. I mean, think about this. Human dignity, we started, should be the foundation and justification for human security. We talked about peace, violence, migration, an economy of life, racism, slavery, and coloniality, gender equality, all the topics addressed in this partnership of faith-based organizations and UN agencies representing the global community, by the way, have to do with human security. Now, more broadly, the pillars of the UN begin with peace and security, first pillar, and then justice and development, second pillar, and then human rights. And this has been repeated: freedom from want, freedom from fear, and then freedom to live in dignity. Now, specific though to security, in 1994, the UNDP provided a meaningful list of, now notice, protections and metrics needed for human security to be achieved for all. And there are 7 types they list: economic safety nets, food security, access to healthcare, environmental protection, personal security, community security, and political security. Now today, faith-based organizations represented in this 9 symposium highlight other needed dimensions of human security, and actually that are necessary to build a better world. In fact, from a purely aspirational perspective for now, every day, now think about this, there are billions of people praying for human security. How can I say that? Muslims pray for the protection from the accursed one. And if I did not want to be rebuked because of my poor Arabic, I will say, A'udhu billahi minal shaitani rajim. Christians pray in what is known as the Lord's Prayer, in which they say, deliver us from evil, right? Deliverance from evil. One of the designations, interesting, and attributes of God among Jews and Christians is Elohe Amen, the God of Amen, the God of security, interestingly. I don't have time to break here the word even Amen. It comes from a Bedouin language. And actually, when a Bedouin had to build a tent, they would dug the ground, right, and stake a tent peg on the ground. That fact of staking a tent peg on the ground, it is called Aman. Why? Because then the tent is fixed, solidly attached. The same word, Aman, is also what is used even for the term faith. He'emin, to believe. So what is secure? Interestingly, even the word Mammon is connected. Ma, Aman, Ma is the place of security, of safety. Now, interestingly here, not just this, but Buddhists also pray the famous golden chain of prayer. We will be kind and gentle to every living thing and protect all who are weaker than ourselves. We will think pure and beautiful thoughts, say pure and beautiful things, and do pure and beautiful deeds. May every link in Amida's chain of love be bright and strong, and may we all attain perfect peace. Interestingly, in Hinduism, I could mention mantras of protection. They are all connected. I'm talking about religious entities here. Now, security then is not just the security from threat of, as I mentioned earlier, possible asteroid collisions with planet Earth. It is beyond metaphysical elucubrations. Faith-based actors bring more than prayers, though. Concrete, measurable actions are taken by faith groups, humanitarian organizations, and focus groups on specific aspects of human security. So security then is a daily need for every human being. No wonder all greetings echo the need for human security, right? Salam. When we say assalamu alaikum, what are we saying? Shalom aleichem, same thing. Good morning, bonjour. What I was, they are all connected to human desire for human security. What can we do concretely to improve human security? Various comprehensive plans of actions are needed. To this end, the following questions are incontrovertible. At an individual level, what can be done? At interpersonal how to facilitate safety, peace in relating to others. At organizational level, what and how can our respective organizations plan to help develop a global culture of human security? Advocacy for non-proliferation and even elimination of nuclear weapons and weapons of mass destruction, I would say here, weapon of individual destructions too. All these should be high on our advocacy agenda. Close to each one of us and within our reach. At a relational level, creating a space, a safe space, a space at every work environment is indeed contributing to human security. Human security includes giving people a space to feel that and to know that they are safe. No coercion, no bullying, no intimidation, no compulsion, no instrumentalization of people. Freedom of thought, conscience, religion, or belief is an imperative also of human security. This means no violation whatsoever of people's physical, emotional, intellectual, social, and spiritual integrity. No bending of people's conscience. So, human security has also dimensions related to health, healing, and wholeness, and this has been underlined. Without this component of human security, life is frustrated of its essence of flourishing human potentials. Notice, most concepts about human security are on a negative side, protecting us from. But the other side is more positive, to be empowered to do these two dimensions, protection, but also empowerment. So allow me to postulate that the permanent pillar of life from birth to old age is human security, which incontrovertibly is acted out through dignity, even of covering infants for comfort, affirmation and encouragement and sense of worth through all the stages of life. Again, the imperative of peace comes to the fore when speaking about human security. No wonder our partners from the UN insist on the fact that the framework the world must factor in all our endeavors is the imperative of human security. And one can add, yes, but human security for all. Really? There is an elephant in the country and in the whole of the Americas. One cannot be serious about human security without addressing the chronic lack of security for indigenous people. Of course, from the Amazon, but also from Vancouver and in between. So in the context of the Americas, the perennial task is before us. What to do with the reality of the indigenous people? Just talking about human security, having webinar after webinar, ignoring, bypassing what is in plain sight in every land taken from indigenous people is part of a chronic perennial denialism. Multiplications of webinars, as I say, that could give the illusion that we are changing the world is not sufficient. Which world are we changing? Though impossible to turn back the clock of history, can we today envision a human security that does not exclude anyone? This brings another dimension of human security. The seeming impossibility of justice should not exclude the imperative of reconciliation. for those who have become privileged as per the inheritance from colonists, with those who have been deprived of their stories, their identities, lands, and resources. So human security becomes a farce if it sidelines these troubling issues. Healing for those living today can be worked on. The future depends on it. So a holistic understanding of human security is therefore ever needed if the human family is serious about peace, a comprehensive peace, peace building, peacemaking, peace sustaining, peace wishing, or peace giving, as I say earlier when we say Salamu alaikum, Shalom aleichem, or Salamat. One would face a socio-political, our world rather, faces a socio-political dimension of insecurity. And I want to just briefly mention this as I conclude. Human security is threatened by the rise and multiplication of anti-democratic regimes, authoritarian and repressive entities. Just in 2021, the VDEM Institute at the University of Gothenburg, Sweden, produced the largest global data set on democracy, covering 200 countries, measuring democracies in desegregated multidimensional way, involving over 3,500 scholars and experts. This is my last page now. Think about this. Autocracy now rule a majority of people in 87 countries that are home to 68% of the global population. Liberal democracies diminish over the past decade, and I could continue on, but I would not want to abuse my time. Let me just say this to finish. The task is before us is daunting. It will take the mobilization of all actors of civil society, international institutions, and national institutions, faith-based groups, religious and non-religious humanitarian organizations, all people of goodwill, rallying to show solidarity, to protect and to empower all people to live safe and in dignity. Nothing but a comprehensive, non-discriminatory approach to human security will do. Beyond this symposium, I would suggest there is a need to establish not only an organizing committee for future symposia, but a task force with a specific mandate to provide us with a blueprint on how to develop a culture of human security which integrates all dimensions highlighted during this symposium. Such a tool can provide a heuristic basis to concretely address people's security and planetary sustainability. I suggest that the planning group discuss how to put in place such a task force, a consultative group to draft a document, a roadmap, if you please, on how to give a chance to human security. This is necessary for the building of a better world where peace and security, justice and development, human rights in terms of freedom from fear, freedom from want, and freedom to live in dignity, peace in its multi-dimensional aspects would become an imperative. So it is fitting, maybe as I close, to quote from the Jewish scriptures, something that also has to do with human security. The Lord bless you and keep you. The Lord make his face shine upon you and be gracious to you. The Lord lift up his countenance and give you peace. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much, Ganun. So this is what you get when you're the last speaker, extra 10 minutes. So anyway, thank you. I was just thinking that today it was our 9th symposium. What does number 9 means? Means completion. Means an end that gives to a new cycle. That represents unity. That's what the number 9 stands for. I know that because I'm Baha'i, so it's an important number in my faith. So, and I wanted to also share a question I have been having as we are speaking. You know, we are all here because we care for people of faith, for faith-based organization, for what faith brings to human security. But I have been thinking, and especially being Iranian and on women life freedom movement and what we believe in it. What does this fate mean to young people? What do they understand? How do they relate in the time of social media, in the time of TikTok generation, in the time that even, I'm reflecting the last 4 months, we are asking each other, what is people from 80s thinking? And we just explored a generation we had no idea who are they. We had no idea what they believe, what they stand for. And to be honest, sharing, we would not even consider them that they care for their society because we saw them all the time on TikTok, on their computer, on their mobile phone. And we assume they don't know what's going on in the world. I was surprised, so millions of other people for what they are. So as we are thinking for a new cycle, maybe we need to think, where are the young people? How they communicate? How do they listen? What do they care? How do they share? Honestly, I'm thinking we have reconceptualized. If we are talking about the human security, the generation that they have to carry the main burden and the ones to come. So with that, I thank you for being here, and I pass that to Levi, who has been very patient with me because I passed all the lines that he told me I should say, and I take it in my heart. So thank you so much as well.
It's been a pleasure indeed to moderate the opening and the concluding session with you, Nika, and the collaboration between the faith-based bodies and the UN entities by way of the United Nations Development Program. It's been a blessing. Ganun's presentation made me insecure because the lines I would have said and videotape, he already said. And my fear is that I will be causing the next 15 minutes overtime. And so let me see if I can skip some of the few lines in my concluding remarks, including making sure that we will thank everyone involved here. Let me open with a text from the shared scriptures of Judaism, Islam, and Christianity, which is from a minor prophet, but nonetheless important, the prophet Micah. And that to me speaks of what security is about. And each one shall lie down under their own vine and fig tree, and none shall make them afraid. And none shall make them afraid. This to me is the combination of the entirety of the human rights regimen, which is the regime, I should say, which is the combination of civil and political rights. No one shall make them afraid, not militarism, not the overreach of nation state apparatuses, something never thought of from the Westphalian legacy of that notion that PL talked about, and Jonathan talked about. But it also speaks to the social, economic, and cultural rights, the vine and fig tree. The prophet Micah was actually talking in that text of a people already freed from political and military oppression. And therefore, they can now just lie down under their own fig tree, plant their vineyards, plant their crops, unmolested, unbullied, no longer oppressed. So human security as religious and faith-based endeavor is to me an engagement in the healing of the body and of the body politic. Those very phrases have been used here by our concluding statements. So the healing of the body for me deals with the reparation of the outrages against individual human dignity. And the healing of the body politic deals with the reparation of the breaches of not just of the breaches and the appalling violation of human rights, but also the integrity of creation, of the ecological system as a whole. Human security encompasses the healing of contemporary traumas, including current atrocity crimes. And I was telling Gary that 45 minutes ago, they read my speech on my behalf, and I borrowed some lines from there because the session across the street now has to do with the economic and social causes of atrocity crimes, crimes against humanity, hate crimes, war crimes, etc. So the healing, human security encompasses the healing of contemporary traumas as much as historic injustices of racism, colonialism, and slavery. The intersecting threats to people and the planet reinforces what appears to be a surfeit of fear, an excess of fear, and a deficit of hope in our world today, and an abundance of insecurity in our communities and in our world. So eloquently painted, no, I don't give a good word to a negative experience, so eloquently described by the previous speakers. The Secretary General, Antonio Guterres, I can quickly find that quote, said, in times of insecurity, communities that look different become convenient scapegoats. We must resist cynical efforts to divide communities and portray neighbors as the other. Discrimination diminishes us all. Concluding, in the end, human security is about the vanquishing of death-dealing forces and therefore the flourishing of life and sustaining life-giving ecological systems. All throughout Speaker 1 to the last underscored this nexus between the struggle against, and the negative formulation and the positive formulation that Genu said, the twinning of the struggle against death-dealing forces and the empowerment of people to capacitate themselves for life-giving forces and activities. But we must be warned. Countering what masquerades as state apparatuses of security could actually be efforts to muscle the democratic discourse in civil and public life in the public square. And I think you did say that, Jonathan said that, and the many panels that said that too. Let me end with this. Security, to be human security, must point to the stability and sustainability of peoples and the entire ecological system, writ large. True security entails the sustainability of humanity and their habitation. Interestingly, politics, Hannah Arendt says, politics is the ordering of habitation itself, habitation of humanity and the habitation of the very planet in which we live. That's politics. So when you say, you know, I'm not being political, let's revisit the idea of the political, because this is the ordering of an ecological system that is just, peaceable, and sustainable. Let me end with this proposition of a formulation, I should say. Our work for human security will require an ethic that flourishes an infrastructure of welcome and hospitality. In the religious language in my church, the United Methodist Church, we call this acts of mercy and compassion. The feeding of the hungry, the sheltering of migrants walking thousands of miles, acts of immediate mercy and compassion. But we must twin that with the architecture of solidarity and protection. So the infrastructure is the software, the architecture is the hardware. The infrastructure is the software of compassion, and the architecture is the hardware of sustainability, of human rights, of justice, of social justice, gender justice, health justice, economic justice, food justice, racial justice. This is turning this time that same formulation as food security into food justice, gender security as gender justice. Human and planetary security must point to the healing of the body and of the body politic. healing of the warm biological body, and of the inanimate called nation state, so that both humans and their associations, national and multilateral, serve the purposes of peace, justice, and sustainability. This, ladies and gentlemen, is what makes for human and shared security. The Sisters of Marin in California produced a poster 30 years ago, and I have that poster hanging in my house in northern Philippines. It says this beautifully: at the table of peace shall be bread and justice. At the table of peace shall be bread and justice. That, my friend, I think, is a short formulation what makes for human security. Ladies and gentlemen, we will not close this symposium without thanking all the speakers and their assists. And let's do it the Filipino way, if you will. When I say a round of applause, it's really a round of applause. A round of applause to all of our speakers and their assists. A round of applause to all the moderators. A round of applause to all the members of the organizing organizations, the United Nations as partners, and the World Academy of Art and Science, and the Human Security Campaign. A round of applause to them. A round of applause to the planning team. Allison, Nika, Gwen, Holly, who was there, Ivy, May, Audrey. Who did I miss?
You.
Ryan. You. No, Brian, and then Lily. And a special mention to the communications team, including Simon, who is assisting us from Canada, Walter Muniz, Dr. Marcelo Snyder, and his team from Geneva, and the 10 interpreters who are working on the background. The 10 interpreters who are working on the background: English, French, Spanish, Portuguese, and Arabic. A commitment of this symposium to linguistic diversity and language justice. Who else have I forgotten? All of our participants, possibly at a little over 300 on live streaming and 300 on Zoom. Thank you very much. Till next time. Huh?
Closing prayer.
Closing prayer. I thought he did the closing prayer. So, the prayer that I leave with you is that may the Lord, may Allah, may the divine that is in you and in me and in all of us make possible that there will be peace and bread at the table of peace. Till next time, somewhere around a date close to Martin Luther King Day, which is always the day we choose for the symposium in 2024. Even this early, we're recruiting co-organizers of the 10th anniversary of the symposium. Salamat po, as we say it in our language. Thank you very much. I don't know where I get the energy.